Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, June the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Yes, thank you. Wow. Okay, guys. Well, obviously, we're in for a really super rocky open. It's not just today. You have to remember what happened in the context of what happened the previous 2 days and even 3 days, I suppose. Remember, we had two big down days on Thursday and Friday, and now this is a staggering down day. So we'll have to, again, I say it every morning, we'll have to just wait and see what happens. Do we get any sort of a bounce at all, or is this going to continue down? So I'm not going to go over every single stock that is down this morning. Obviously, Bitcoin is in total disarray. I'm going to mention a couple of them, but here's BITO. Just if you're looking for the ETF for Bitcoin, look at this. Wow, 18%. So here are a couple of the big ones. Coin, and the other one, another big one is MSTR. And of course, you can look at Mara and Riot, etc. So there are so many stocks down, especially in not just the Bitcoin sector, but so many others. So let's take a look at some of the ones that are moving higher, like DAWN. Now, will this continue? Wow. I mean, this has been an amazing run so far. Mid-stage positive. Positive phase 2 mid-stage data for their drug. And so this is just what a run this has had. This is up now 133%. Why? Well, you have a float of 22 million. So 22 million, very low float. And this is what can happen. And this, if this lasts, this will definitely be the alpha stock of the day. Blue. Now, I think blue was halted most of the day on Friday. Is that correct? And then anyway, it opened. I think it opened after hours. Yeah, I guess it opened after hours. And so anyway, blue was up 62%. And FDA committee voted in favor of the company's gene therapies last week. Okay, so that is the news for blue. So we've got a couple of bios, blue and dawn. And our friend Redbox, RDBX, it's fading a little bit here, but again, it's just it's got a mind of its own. I mean, this is up another 30%, RDBX. And should go over the trade of the week. I know that finally the emails went out early today. Unfortunately, I don't know, I can't speak for the rest of the week, but the trigger point is 1650. So obviously we're way below that now. So this is not triggered, and it may not trigger this week. But that is the trade of the week, VTNR. I haven't looked at my sectors yet, but I bet you my probably energy isn't doing that well either. Okay, AFRI, AFRI. It's a true gap up, but I guess they're making their debut on NASDAQ today. So this is AFRI, AFRI. Here's another one of those companies that think they can fool us. It happened once. It may happen again. Anyway, HILS, what they've done is they've come out and said, hey, we're going to buy $1 million. $1 million? Yeah, up to a $1 million buyback of our stock. So we had one that worked incredibly well, the HTCR. And then last week, I think on Friday, another one of these small companies tried that. It didn't do anything at all. I doubt. I mean, who knows? Maybe something will happen with this HILS, a very low float, 3.9 million in the float. So I'll stick an alert up here, 139, see if it takes it out later. EKSO, another little positive story for it. FDA clearance for their device to market their product, and that is EKSO. So we have a tale of two China education plays. EDU is up a lot this morning, and JP Morgan put a price target of 24 on them. Okay, so there's EDU, and usually TAL and EDU trade in tandem. I don't know if But TAL is just getting hammered here, TAL. I don't see any specific news on it, but TAL is getting hammered. Another a drug company or bio, ABVC is still up to 32%. This was a 86-cent stock. That's right. I remember now. This one cratered. That's right. This one cratered on Friday. Trying to have a little bit of a bounce though. Meanwhile, Don keeps making new high after new high after new high. Wow. Not in it. The 200-day moving average is getting very close, 1592. This is not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers, but that 200-day moving average is getting very close. DPSI decision point is picked on this one, gapping down. Let's see any specific news on it other than probably the whole market. And Affirm, AFRM. And let's continue to pile in on this one, downgrading it. AFRM. So let's see, what's SNTI doing? SNTI, Senti Biosciences. Okay, well, it's up 21%, not very much volume, but it's a bio, SNTI. Here's another one, else, electrosensors. Oh man, what a short, what an all-time short this would have been, this Mara from up in these levels here. I had a high 83, back down to 6. That and Riot. Yeah, and Hood, yeah, I saw Hood. I mean, there's just so many, of course, but Hood, yeah, an all-time low. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. I actually saw that SARK was popping up in my pre-market actives. So there's SARK, of course. Take a look at ARK. Oh yeah, of course. All the Bitcoin players are going to be down. What is it? Bitcoin now around 25,000? Yeah, you're right, William. The email went out crazy early this morning. The Trade of the Week email. All right, it is 9:10. Let's see what the analysts say this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. The surface is getting a little spotty. It hasn't hit yet. Well, I have to wait and see if it happens a little bit later. So let's take a look at the sectors. This is going to be probably one of the worst mornings. I'm just intrigued to see what energy's at. Yeah, even energy. So there's nothing, guys. Nothing, even energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the energy sector, major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. So what does that red 100% mean? It means that every single stock is below the close of Friday. And of course, just look there's obviously with the market being down so much, there is no positive sector, not even a glimmer of hope for utilities, where sometimes there's the so-called flight to safety with dividend bearing stocks, but nothing, zero. So now if I look at this around 10 o'clock, half an hour after the market opens, and I look at it in a different way, in other words, the change from the open, we might have a different look, but right now there is no strong sector whatsoever. Again, which makes sense. SPY is down 9 points right now. Keeping an eye on this dawn. Boy, this dawn just keeps making new high after new high. What is the next high looking left? Looks like 1579 on the weekly chart. Not that any of these levels, I mean, this came from $6. So not like any of these levels even stopped it. Yeah, I'm not in RPX anymore. Somebody's talking about RPX in our YouTube room. I sold that. I can't remember Thursday or Friday. Just not interested in hanging around anything right now. And of course, Don with 21 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. It looks like, very good news. If you read the press release, you got to be cheering for them. It's good, very good news. It is phase two. It's not phase three, but still. All right, let me just take another look to see if briefing.com has delivered me. There it is. Yeah, well, let's see. It'll be probably different tomorrow, but let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. When I say different tomorrow, I bet you we'll have a ton of downgrades tomorrow. But I'll get the upgrades in right now. Right now, there's not too many of each, but so let's get a few of them in here. Here you have the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. There you have them, the upgrades and the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, PBTS. I have this one thumbnailed from Friday. Had the big day on Thursday and Friday. Well, look at space, SPCE. Oh man, SPCE. The other one fading to oblivion. And I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts from Friday to see if there's anything happening. Looking at, of course, our monkeypox plays. SIGA still is trying to hold on to 10. SIGA trying to hold on to 10. I think gives up 10. It has a ways to fall down. I haven't seen anything more about monkeypox. TNXPs. Yeah, TNXP. It looks like they're over, at least. Well, we always say that, and then something might happen. But anyway, this TNXP, I mean, it hit 481 about a week and a half ago. Now it's $1.70. So this is a day almost guaranteed I'll be sitting in my hands for the first 15 minutes. The only way I would take something probably is in my 10-day daily breakdown, if it happens to be an all-time low also. And other than that, well, William, maybe the old man, the old Oracle from Omaha was right about Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, guys, I'm getting so many stocks making new lows in the pre-market. There's just, no point talking about them all. Coin continues its descent. See what happened with oil prices overnight. Not necessarily overnight, just what's happening with oil. Still 118, 120. So, but weakening a little bit, but yeah, I got again. I'm just I'm doing this over and over again, all these stocks making new lows, and my gap down scan, and just another new low, FSR, NIO, ADR. I mean, they're just over and over and over again. And there's coin, American Airlines. Look at jets. I mean, another way to look at this is I think people just don't want to spend money traveling at all. I mean, even if they can. IONQ. Here's well, this could be, this is getting close to what I like. It's an all-time, getting close to an all-time low. This could hit the my scanner right off the bat. IONQ. Of course, this was Alcoa. I was thinking this was American Airlines. Of course, it's not. But AAL. Let's take a look at AAL. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing is safe right now. Yeah, it is still stupid strong. I have no idea what's going on with this one. I mean, I know the CSSE linked to it. It is, yeah, I mean, it had that pop after, at the end of the day and held after hours, kind of holding that level. But every time, but people, from what I read, it's some kind of like a 250 takeover. So why is Redbox way up there? Who knows? As you say, it's stupid strong. Optinos, OPTN, yeah, coming into the 200-day moving average, OPTN. Sees positive benefits in some trial they've done. They also have a new finance chief, so some news for OPTN. No pullback yet for Dawn, DAWN, no pullback at all. DoorDash also, DoorDash, look at DoorDash tanking also. This is almost an all-time low. DoorDash is almost at an all-time low. DASH. I guess the all-time low is here, 57.60. So it's almost at an all-time low. Uber also getting, well, I mean, we just, the list goes on, but Uber, another one, I'm sure Lyft, LYFT. Lyft is almost on an all-time low now. LYFT is almost an all-time low. That could show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, I mean, nothing safe. I'm just looking at some of the EV plays. Look at Lucid, LCID. Well, Alcoa right now is just hovering at that 50 mark, 50. All right, SIGA, SIGA challenging 10 now, guys. SIGA challenging 10. Well, will this turn into my favorite day? I have my doubts this time. I mean, my favorite day is a big gap down and then a recovery during the day. I don't know. Today, I mean, if we hadn't have had the previous 2 days, big gap downs also. So we can't treat this like a one-off, excuse me, like a one-off. I mean, we had two big gap down days on Thursday and Friday. This seems like ancient history. On June the 2nd, everything looked great. We had a beautiful day here, even here. But wow. What's the deal with NAAS? I don't know. It's a reverse split. I guess this is a reverse split. Yeah, announces completion of merger and new board. Merged with Rise Education. That's all I know. I'm just looking at the headlines. All right, everybody. Thank you, William. Yes, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, again, let's try have a good trading day, everybody. Yeah, well, it's trading like it's trading as this symbol for the first time. Yes, but here. All right, everybody. The market is now open. Yeah, of course. Now the conjecture is it might be a 75-point raise. Let's see. Yeah, well, definitely. Let's see. Is anything so LFST? Yeah. So yeah, they're changed from the open, so it's trying to have a little pop here. But I'd be sitting on my hands. If you're new to trading, I'd probably be sitting out the first 30 minutes. Down goes RDBX. Red box. All right, guys, Dawn is starting to fade somewhat. Yeah, I'm just looking here. Dawn is starting to fade somewhat. Down goes Foreman, yes. Oh, Fraser, sorry, down goes Fraser, not Foreman. Mix it up. All right, keep an eye maybe on the ABVC. ABVC, keep an eye on it. It is still kind of hanging tough here. See if I had any news. I didn't see any specific news for it. I mean, it had some news yesterday. I guess, yeah, yesterday was Sunday. So some enrollment in their study, but I mean, that is the news for it. All right, how did the market open? So obviously Nas is down big, Dow's down big. No, I might be wrong about the hills, guys. Ah, look at this. Look at HILS. HILS announcing a $1 million share buyback. Got up to 139 pre-market, pulled all the way back to under $1, and now it's popping on big volume. In fact, it just got halted. HILS just got halted. So that crazy little news did help. Low float, 3.9 million in the float. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, let's take a look at HILS and see where it could. Wow. Look at this. Well, right now, projected open could be around the 160 mark. It's halted at 145. Of course, this is early. This can change. It's not written. Nothing is written in stone when you look at this. Okay, well, EDU guys, EDU with its JP Morgan upgrade to $24 or a price target of 24. EDU. So again, when I say that, don't think, oh, well, if JP Morgan says it's going to be $24, I guess I better buy it right now because it's only 18. The ASTR had some news this morning. Obviously, it wasn't good. Failed to deliver NASA payloads to orbit, so that was their big. So that would have happened anyway, regardless of the market. And that is for ASTR. Okay, LFST for me is getting interesting. This is showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's also an all-time low. Let's see what it does at that 5 level. The alert came in at 490. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. So we had the alert at 490 for LFST. It's obviously popped up just a little bit. So let's see if this can really hold below $5 and just crater. Is there any specific news for this? I don't see any specific news for it. All right, so the market's trying to put in a little bit of a green bar to start. Okay, I'm watching the LFST to see if it takes out 5 again. LFST. So I'm going to put an alert down here, right around 497. I want to see if it takes out 5 again. Right now it's had a nice pop, but all right, Hill's open, and what did it do? So it was halted at 145, so it had a pop. It did pop up, wow, up way up to 169. And it is continuing to move here. This is like traders will grasp at anything. I mean, you know, a $1 million buyback, share buyback. Proposed. Well, so HTCR, they're the ones that kind of kicked this off with their buyback right here. That's what they did. This was on, I guess, Wednesday. Wednesday. Another company did it on Friday, and it met with a resounding thud. Nothing happened. I guess 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Yeah, continue to watch this LFST. It has had a bounce. I'm definitely still interested in it if it takes out 5. There's a big bottoming tail for it. Well, insanity, guys. HILS. So what is the next high looking left is 278. 278 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, we are looking at the same thing, 278, a spike high up here. Another person from Switzerland. We had a good morning. Yeah, from Switzerland. Good morning. So energy play, NRZ. NRZ is, yeah, that was wild about this one. This is on the 10-day daily breakdown, but it's still early. I refuse to take anything in the first 15. Yeah, so remember that was a green bar. So long green, hello red. Talking about that first, there's the first 15-minute SPY candle. Sounds good, Zach. Yeah, I mean, I doubt we're going to get too many dips today in that scan, depending on what the market does, of course. But you know, somebody who followed GME, my goodness, 124, 117, just like that. Somebody said COGT did a financing. Is that correct? Let me just take a look at Beacon's public offering, $125 million at, what was the price? Anybody know what the price was? The financing price was? I'm just looking at my headlines. I don't quickly see it. And that is for the COGT. I hate it when they do. I just don't see a price quickly. Well, I mentioned OptiNose, OPTN, just in this area here. He's coming right into the 200-day moving average, OPTN. Meanwhile, our friends AERC, look at AERC, rippage here. Some good rippage here. And look at AUVI, AUVI following suit. AUVI, it's the same sector. We're going to call this the same sector. And what's EFOI doing? No, EFOI is not following. Yeah, AERC, so it did take out Friday's high. And the next high to look at is, wow, 1423. So this is new territory now, guys, for AERC. All right, here we go. Gap up and a reverse, EDU, gap up and a reverse. Again, so much for the $24 price target today. I mean, you know, try to be fair to JP Morgan, but Now, how many shares though? I'm just looking. I saw that too. My time is gold, but I'm trying to find the price. Now what we need is how many shares are they issuing? Then we can divide that into 125 and get an idea about what the price was. Yeah, the EXO, I mean, good news. I mean, one of these companies you got to cheer for. Choppy, 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 choppy. But yeah, they did get FDA clearance to market their product. Wow, look at AUVI, guys. AUVI is some good rippage here. AUVI coming into the 200-day moving average. AERC it's been choppy, but flying. AUVI, guys. Keep an eye on EFOI. I mean, EFOI is lagging. This one is really lagging. EFOI is absolutely lagging the other two. Yeah, AERC is very difficult. I mean, it is choppy, choppy, choppy. Two big topping tails there. But AUVI, did they announce more news? I know they had their news last week. And see if they made any other announcement this week or today. Monkeypox, SIGA under 10. SIGA under 10 now. Well, as to be expected, many, many, many gap down and go. Many, many, many. I mean, gap down and kept going down. So much for the cruisers. Look at CUK, CCL, CUK, NCLH, RCL, DraftKings, DKNG. Wow, this selling is just accelerating. I mean, that's all I can say. Accelerated selling. No, so as Zach said, I mean, try to play a bounce right now is at your peril. Boy, this AERC is a wild one. Look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 1347, right back up to 1430-ish. Well, let's see how well AERC holds 14. Maybe settles down a little bit, holds 14 and moves from there, maybe. Meanwhile, NRZ, which I did not take, is drifting down. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown. NRZ, I have no mechanical trading rules. Okay. So if you're talking about, I have to see a cross of this and certain indicators, stochastics, MACD, and stuff like that. I don't trade quite like that. Just watching this AERC, guys, you see how well it holds this 14 level. All I know is that in my gap continuation or reverse, it's going crazy. And these are all stocks that were gap down and are continuing to move down over and over and over and over. So obviously pretty tough to commit to anything long right now. But AERC, whoa. You have to be nimble on this one though. I kept waiting to see how well it was holding 14. And I would keep an eye on the EFOI. Wow, AER, wow, I mean, it is rippage now, rippage. Took out that 1423 was so key. That was the high of what, 4 days ago. So I'm more about looking left on a daily chart. If I can't see the next high in the daily chart, I check the weekly and then I check the monthly. So for me, AERC was a matter of how well it could hold 12, 15, 14, recognizing that it was very, very choppy. And that happened on the 10-day daily breakout right here, 1423. You can just see it. And there is the AUVI also, I mean, I guess just follow these guys. The only problem I have with AUVI is that 200-day moving average is pretty darn close. 331. I'm just surprised. I'm going to stick an alert for EFOI, certainly at the high, maybe up in this area here around 250, just to see if it starts to move in sympathy with the other two. Well, nice prediction on the AERC's hack on the 16 potential. You might be light on that. Well, so much for the LFST. I had high hopes for that one. This goes to show, it's what I think doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. I thought, boy, if this takes out 5 again, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Whoa, look at SIGA now, guys. It is really giving up 10 now. SIGA really giving up 10. Oh, remember Rev on Revlon on Friday? No bounce whatsoever. REV declaring Chapter 11. It was on Friday for Revlon, REV. Well, let's take a look at AERC and just see where it could go. Keep going. Let me back this weekly chart out a bit and see the next high looking left is 1819, I think. Sorry, 1530. But it got there, didn't it? Yeah, so it got to 1567. So it did take that high out. If it reclaims this, you stick an alert there and see if it reclaims that. And then the next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here at 1819. Meanwhile, RDBX is doing its thing again. So it got down to 1473 and it's almost popped up, well, 250 from the low, RDBX. And it's making a new high. There's pre-market high, of course, is around 18. Okay, there's the AERC back over that high again. Wow. Guys, just keep putting price alerts on these levels. When a stock takes it out, I mean, I'm not saying to pile in or anything, but I mean, it's just a matter of keeping an eye on these levels that a stock keeps breaking. I still think you might be light. Okay, RC on the way, Ready Capital. RC is giving it up. It's on the 10-day daily breakdown. I'd be interested maybe if it takes out 13. Let's take a look at the Is the next low looking left? Meanwhile, RDBX is doing its thing. I mean, I just mentioned this one. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, we've got a couple of real alpha stocks, obviously. AERC and, well, I would call this as the alpha stock, AERC. Redbox, yes, to a certain extent, but Redbox, remember, it had the big pullback first. Okay, so you look at AERC, I mean, it's been whippy. I'm not saying it's been the easiest thing to trade, but it's been up, straight up, or three green candles, the 15-minute chart. EFOI, guys, EFOI. I mean, you got to feel that it might start to run just because traders are looking at this and going, just like myself, saying, hey, how come it's not running with AERC and AUVI? Boy, this RC now, I forgot, I have to keep looking left to see where the next lows are. 1141, 1280. So, the RC, I might get interested if it takes out 13. This is on the 10-day daily breakdown. Certainly not an all-time low, but EFOI guys, gotta think. It's the volume like. And AUVI, right into that 200-day moving average. AUVI, in which it got to 2 days ago. You can see exactly where it stopped 2 days ago. Look at AUVI now, guys. I mean, taking out that 200-day moving, I'm not in this one, but taking out that 200-day moving average now. I mean, the difference between AERC, AUVI, and EFOI ERC and UVI, they actually did have some press releases about it. EFOI never did. Not that I remember anyway. Look at PBTS, guys. This is one that I got thumbnailed from Friday. PBTS, and this is on the run. 164 was the high on Friday. You know, it's a strange. Well, I find it strange. LFST, LFST, is that right? Yeah, LFST. I would have I would have bet a lot of money that, based on what the market was doing, making an all-time low, that this would have not bounced like it did. And it just goes to show. Meanwhile, blue is tanking here, guys. Now blue is at the low, big gap underneath. It was halted all day Friday, I believe. It only opened after hours, but this is not. I don't know. They have some news. Yeah, FDA advisors support treatments, but this is being met with a ho hum right now. Whoa, okay, guys. That's why you've got to pay attention to these. So AERC just got halted on the way down. Big, got up to 17 and just fell. And look at AUVI. See how closely they're related. Look at that big topping tail. Let's see if EFOI did the same. Not that it had really ripped, but I mean, they're topping tail also. So plays maybe over for a while anyway. You mean AERC? Yeah, it is halted, yes. Right here, halts resumes, got halted at 10:09. So this one resumed. AFRI resumed. Okay, forgot about that one. Hills, what did it do? Yeah, okay. Well, this LFST just officially became a gap up and reverse. LFST, a gap up and reverse. Well, this is relentless still, guys. Relentless. We've got another red candle that has formed, the 10 o'clock, 15-minute candle. Okay, BMAL, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. BMAL, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? And when you say a chart, are you talking about these charts, or are you talking about the ideas that are generated from the alert windows? And can you hear me? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so unfortunately, I asked you about 4 questions. So that first yes, does that mean you're a Trade Ideas subscriber? Just say, if you say yes again, at least I know you're a Trade Ideas subscriber. Good grief. So okay, I'm going to assume you're a Trade Ideas subscriber. So when you say, how am I getting all those charts? What do you mean exactly? Are you talking about how am I seeing the stocks that are coming from my alert windows? I mean, these are just scans, if that's what you mean, which I share with everybody. So just give me a little more information, and then I might be able to help you. Nothing. There's not one sector guy. Well, we'll call it the the sanitation or air purification sector. That's about the only sector that is somewhat buoyant today. But look at this SPY. Wow. Oh, okay. Well, if you right, okay, so if you right click on a chart, any chart, right click on a chart, just go to time frame. Okay, and here are the time frames we have. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly. So I mean it's really that simple. If you have trade ideas, then you just have to, load a chart and right click and go to time frame, and it's a pop-up, and you just pick. And in order to have them all, you just keep loading charts one after another, or duplicate a chart. So I could duplicate this chart, and then it'll say daily, and then I just right click, time frame, change it, duplicate it again. So I mean, it's really that simple. Wow, how wrong was I on LFST? I was salivating on this one, thinking, boy, this is market is just being trashed. This is an all-time low. Ah, there's your joke of the day, Poe. You got it? Okay, good. Boy, just relentless. This is just over and over. Every time these stocks make a new low and just keep getting a little ding, 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 ding. Well, Zach, what do you think? 11, you're gonna get your 11 o'clock bounce? All right, here's a flyer from last week. Ah, too bad. It's too extended right now. I wouldn't see it until it took out that high. So, but CISO, the next high looking left is 877. So it's got room, but it's so extended now, unfortunately. So I just cannot commit to it. I mean, it may keep ripping, but I just can't do it. Yeah, AERC. I'm completely out of this one now. Now, to me, it's a, wow, I mean, it is, okay, let's stick an alert up here, 1569, see if it takes that out. I mean, it got up to 17. Did get up to 17, 1697, I guess. Okay, Poe and Zach, or Poe, take that off topic, please, okay? Here, take it off topic. I'm just going to start deleting off topic, unless it's specific stock, okay? Son of a, just too extended for me, but look at the CISO. CISO, not a crazy low float, 33 million. Another alpha stock, guys. We talk about alpha stocks all the time. This would be another a great one to print out. Why? Look what it's done since they opened. Straight up. Look what the market's done. Straight down. Doesn't care. It just doesn't care. All right, COGT guys, making a new high here. COGT, they did a financing. I still don't know what the financing price is. I see how much they raised, 100 or they're beginning, it's 125 million they're trying to raise. I just don't see the price, what they're trying to raise it at. All right, keep an eye on the AUVI now. Trying to recover over 3 AUVI. Trying to recover over 3. If it takes out that 311, might have another run in it. Issue is the 200-day moving average, 331. Big issue right now, I think, for it. Trying to get through it. It did get through it. I mean, it got up to 344, so it did take it out a bit, but came right back down. That's the major issue. Well, I thought about shorting blue. I did not do it. BLUE. Nothing. I mean, look at the next low looking left is way down here at 346. I'm actually amazed we're getting any dips from your scan, to be honest. Zach, we've had far less, well, we've had better days, market down, but not as bad, and hardly getting any dip plays, and yet your bounce plays are loaded. I know I'm not saying take any, but I just find it interesting that we're getting some of these. Meanwhile, I mean, this is what a day. I mean, look at all these gap down and goes. But there's the COGT. Yes, the COGT is moving higher. And the after hours high was 810. So for me, an important level for AERC to try to take out is this right up here, that high, that 15-minute candle. That is the 945 candle right there. And I mean, it's $1 away. I get it. But the way this can move, you never know. It takes that out. Might get a lot of buyers interested. So I just put a price alert there. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, just move on. Oh, we have a reversal actually for Mara, M-A-R-A. So what's Bitcoin doing? BITO. I guess it's a little reversal maybe? No, interesting. No reversal for BITO. We're having a little reversal for Mara, M-A-R-A. Probably Riot. Let's take a look at Riot. Yeah, so both Riot and Mara having little reversals, even though Bitcoin is not following. All right, COGT, it had to move over 8. It popped up a bit, and obviously it's got a ton of room. I mean, Friday it got up to 1089 or so. Big sell-off though, a big sell-off down to 790. Announcing a financing. Still don't see a financing price. All I see is 125 million. It's still strong though. Okay, I guess you took a quick short on it, but boy, it is still strong. I mean, it's still got a ton of room. I not in this one at all. CSIO. Wow, guys. Okay, it's 10:26. So typically around this time, I welcome everybody who's new into the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. First thing I do is tell you all the good information you can find on my homepage. Because I'm just keeping an eye on that AERC for that level that I'm interested in. Yeah, should be in blue. blue that I'm not in blue. Seriously, I mean, this was such a, there's nothing obvious. Nothing is obvious, but how about semi-obvious as far as a short is concerned? Anyway, if you click on my homepage link, is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium is $2,000 less the 15%. The standard is $1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I see there was one alert right now on the AI. I'll go over that in a bit. You don't have to start off with a annual though. In fact, what I would do is start off with a monthly. Unless you absolutely know you want this program, don't commit to an annual subscription. Start off with a monthly. So it's 118 and 228. You can apply that 15% to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you decide you'd like to take out an annual, we will honor that 15%. Before you do anything else, do the Let's Get Started, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. It goes over the download and installation, your first login, and things like that. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes. I know I keep saying this, but I'm lobbying to somehow put a lock on the software until you do that. Too many people just, they want to get started right off the, well, they don't do this, Let's Get Started. It's a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. You can sign up for my daily stock of the day video. I do that at noon Eastern. The trade of the week, I don't think it's going to, well, it may trigger later on this week, but certainly not triggering now. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week was VTNR, but was not considered live unless it got to 1650. Let's take a look at VTNR. I'm sure when I saw it in the pre-market, it was 15 something. Oops. VTNR. Yeah, so I mean, more than likely this is not going to trigger, even though it's an energy play. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Probably know what I'm doing, what I've done. All right, out again, out again. For me right now for the AERC, it's just sort of, I hate to call it scalping, but I mean, when you get 30, 40, 50-cent moves, in 5 seconds, I'm just going to try to take advantage of it. That's all. I mean, I'm sure at the end of the day, if this is like a $30 stock, I'll wonder why I did all that, but I'm not saying it's going to 30. Whew. Okay. Where was I? So we talked about the trade of the week, so you can sign up for it. It is free. Now, if you just took out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you, as I say, do the Let's Get Started, of course. Then you can go to the education section, go to the user guide, and don't get hung up on how much there is in a user guide. All I would do is concentrate on these first 4. You should have already done the Let's Get Started. Then you can take a look at the channel bar. I will go over the channel bar, and then you should know what the difference between an alert window and a topless window is, how to create them if you want to create your own scans, okay? Concentrate on these first four. Afterwards, then you can figure out, or you can take a look at how to create price alerts on the chart, how to have a sound alert on your different alert windows, etc. But get this down first. Don't get all hung up and say, man, I can't learn all this. You don't have to. In fact, this might be all you need. So I really encourage price alerts. Daily support session. So I do take a break. I take a break at noon Eastern, from noon to 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. It should be Chris. I'll confirm, of course, but it should be Chris. And Chris should be there between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room also. Oh, look at blue. Hopefully some of you guys took that short in blue. That was awesome. Daily webinars. We are on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading or you're needing a refresher, this is a free service. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it starts off with what is a stock? Okay. And if you want my scans, here they are. Okay, so here are my scans. And I'm looking right now. Yeah, PVL just showed up on that 10-day daily breakdown. But here are the scans. And you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. These are the four that especially these two, the pre-market actives up and down. These are the two that I really concentrate on in the pre-market. And then the gap up and down also. But I have a lot of different types of scans. You hear me talk about this gap continuation and reverse. This is what it looks like. So for instance, blue was a gap up and reverse. It gapped up and then it's reversed, as an example. Okay, so a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is, what broker you're using. You can use Trade Ideas. So I already showed you in my homepage the section on my scans that you can have. But we also have a lot of scans here. So if you go to our toolbar and you click on new and then you click on dock channel bar, this is what you're going to see, the docked channel bar, okay? So these are all theme-based channels, and you can take a look at them. So for instance, there's a momentum channel. Even though the market's down huge, you're going to see there's a little momentum play, CYRN. Look at this one go. So what you're seeing here, this is a scan. We call it momentum. And just like my scans, if you loaded my scans, to see what this scan is looking for, you just right-click, configure, summary. And then you're going to see exactly what it's looking for. So these are the filters. When you see these icons, these are the filters. So all these filter requirements have to be met. And then if the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's what we're really, really good at, creating, these, call them events, and then a real-time alert if the trigger is met. Now, this is a new high, but we've got all sorts of types of alerts. I'll go over them. But if you like this scan the way it is, look at this CYRN. If you like the scan the way it is, all you have to do is duplicate into a free floating window. You'll see that it'll pop out, and then you save it to the cloud. Okay, and then you can go to another scan or another channel and check it out. So all I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels, check explosive winners as an example. Okay, if you like the idea of this, Biggest gainers from the open. There's the CISO. Excuse me. This is a topless window, but if you like this idea, you can save this one to the cloud. Okay, so again, the concept is this. Go to this, just one moment, please. Oh, sorry, that went down the wrong way. Okay, so the concept is this though. You go to the different channels, the different theme-based channels, you start looking at the scans that we created, you can start extracting them, right click, duplicate into free floating window, and then once it's free floating, you'll see it'll get out of this layout, save it to the cloud, and just go through the different channels and start selecting things that you might like, and then you can bring them back one at a time and thereby creating a layout, your own layout, without actually having to create any scan from scratch. Okay, not back in this one. AERC, wow, what a it's I listen, I'm not going to tell you this has not been easy, but it's just got a life of its own. You sort of have to believe, I guess. And look at blue. Holy smokes. This is my huge miss. My huge miss. I was looking at this one right about here and thinking, you know what? Look at all the room it's got underneath. Huge miss. Hmm. All right, guys. So next is the AI. If you have our premium service, click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. When you do that, this is what you should see. Now there's a filter here, and all I do is I just filter on the any profitable trades. I don't care. Well, that was the only one today anyway. So I just filter on that and I just follow those all day long. It's that simple. I try to make it as simple as possible. I don't take every trade, of course. It's just, for me, it's just a watch list. But you have an entry, you get a real-time entry. You don't have to take it right at the time. I never take any trade without looking at the chart first, okay, and see and what the market's doing. I like to size things up before I take any trade. I'm not an auto trader, never will be. Never will I be an auto trader. You have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. We get the question many times, is there a video on how to trade the AI? No. The only thing I would do is just have this window. Never mind anything else. Just have this window. And again, you can access that by going to our toolbar and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, and just follow this window as a watch list all day long. I would incorporate this as part of your layout so that tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, assuming you do it before the market opens, this will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. Okay. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. When the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they did was this. So if I right click on an alert window and then click on configure and then click on search, you see these icons here. These are all the real-time alerts. We have a lot of different real-time alerts. Okay, I mean, I'm because I'm the type of trader I am, I really just like to see the new highs and lows, but there are all sorts of different real-time alerts that you can have. And when we get to these icons, these are the filters. Now, do not get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. You don't have to learn them all. I mean, the reason we created so many is we have, lots of thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So, we try to create enough that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get hung up how many there are. Boy, oh boy, guys. I mean, I haven't had a day like this. I mean, this is just going crazy. This gap down and go, gap down and go, gap down and go. Every time these stocks make a new low, I'm getting this sound alert. Luckily, it's just the Windows chime, which is not, it's a little bit melodic. Otherwise, I couldn't handle it. It is just insane. I wish that 200-day moving average wasn't above AUVI so close. I mean, otherwise, I think this would be could have been an awesome play, but that 200-day moving average, I think, is just enough to keep it from really ripping. But if it takes it out, it kind of moves like the AERC. Well, guys, this is a tremendous time to practice trading. If you don't want to trade, you don't want to lose your money, real money, and you shouldn't anyway, until you practice trading. And we've got a great simulator here. First, I'm just going to put in a link called Brokerage Plus. So I put in a link called Brokerage Plus. When you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. One is a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? It's a feature, it's an option. If you don't happen to have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. You just don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us, but you just won't have access to this window that we call Brokerage Plus. The second video is a lot longer and goes into more detail about how to use it. And how I like to demonstrate its use really is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, especially if you don't want to take part in a market like this, but you want to practice trading, you can use our simulator. Simulator is really simple to use, and it uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. If you're still figuring out who your broker is going to be, but you'd want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service and you're set to go. Very simple to use. You just click on an alert. First, though, you'll see it says not connected. So you just click on SIM and then it'll change to account. That not connected will change to account eventually. There it goes. So account, and then you click on account and then this pop-up simulated trading default. And now you're in the simulator. Why you see this is just something that I've kept for about 3 or 4 days because you can practice swing trading. This is in the simulator. You can practice swing trading also. If you get into a trade today and you don't exit it at the end of the day, then because you want to practice swing trading, you can do that. So let's take a look at alt as an example. There's another biome. And this is now through the 200-day moving average, 886. So it's above that 200-day moving average. And it is not crazy high float. It's certainly not a low float. So I'm just trying to, just want to show you, well, okay, first of all, it's very simple to use the simulator. You just click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. And then you click the buy button and that kind of sets it up. If you're satisfied, then you click send. Okay, and now you're in a, now obviously if you had an IB, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, that's how you, what you would do. But again, I'm in the simulator and it's the same thing. I am just looking for something. Boy, casinos. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just looking. Wow, blue, blue, blue. Boy, look at the AERC is getting into that very interesting level again. I've got a price alert set these highs right there. 1635. That's the high of the current 15-minute candle. It's the high of the previous one. Takes it out. It could just get rocking again for a while anyway. Lift, I believe now is an all-time low. Lift is an all-time low. Yes, Lift is an all-time low right now. Not showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume is not good. Not when I say not good, one of my filters is the relative volume filter. It has to be 8, and this is only 0.82, so it's not really trading abnormally. Doesn't mean it's not going to continue down, but it's just not trading abnormally. So we have been now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We still have 9 minutes or so for this, an hour and 15 straight down. So here's a glimmer of hope here for this one. EKSO did have some news this morning. FDA clearance to market their product. So it hit in the pre-market, it hit basically where it is right now. And this is a low float situation. And we have a halt. Duo just got halted on the way down. DUO just got halted on the way down. Well, let's say you wanted to take the EKSO, okay? Let's just show you the mechanics of how you do it. Looking at the spread, it's an okay spread. Let's say 300 shares. I'll buy it at the market, okay? So I click the buy, I look at it, and I send it, okay? I'm not a big fan of this second step, but it is what it is, okay? But that's how easy it is. Now you're in the trade. Now you can manage it. And I just wanted to show you the mechanics of taking a trade using our simulator. And again, this uses our real-time data. And if I want to get out of a trade, all I have to do is highlight the trade and I can flatten it, or I can get out a half. These are hotkeys, or I can double my position. Of course, I could go down here and pick how many shares I want to trade out right here. So use the simulator to practice trading, okay? Even if you're, I always say, okay, if you're brand new to the market, before you commit money to the market, you better practice trading, okay? Because if you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when, trading real money. And unfortunately, it doesn't mean even if you can make money in a simulator, that you're going to make money when you finally decide to connect to your live account, because other things come into play, emotions, discipline, all the things that you may have practiced when you were or adhere to when you were in the simulator. Sometimes, it's hard. But if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about it. Missed what, Yoda? How to place a trade in the simulator? Is that what you mean? Missed it? Can you show again? Okay, well, you have to have your brokerage and also this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Using a web-based version, unfortunately, it's not available. So the first thing, if you don't have the Brokerage Plus window, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus, okay? Then this window or a facsimile should show up. So that's your first step. After that, it's pretty simple. You click on let me disconnect. So I'm going to disconnect. This is what you should see. It should say not connected, not connected. And then you click on the sim underneath Brokerage Plus, the two options. One says live, one says sim. Click on sim. This should change to account. It just changed to account. Click on account and then this pop up. Click on simulated trading default and now you're in the simulator. Okay. Orange, I cannot tell you if every single stock is a large cap, but more than likely most of them are in the sector status. More than likely, I can't tell you if every single stock is what you would call a large cap, but more than likely the majority of them are. The question is in our sector status, the ETFs that make up like XLE as an example, my guess is that most of them are large cap. You're not going to find low float stocks in there as an example. But I don't know what the minimum market cap would be. And I'm assuming probably for the other ones too, communications and technology, most of them are going to be large cap. Yeah. So Orange, I mean, it's so simple to do. You can build, you can build that yourself because all you have to do is right click, configure, search, and type in market as an example. Okay. Or even type in market cap, see if it brings me right there. Okay, so here is a filter you can use for market cap. And you add the filter, and then you determine what you think is, the maximum market cap you want. Okay, and you can put a range, a minimum to a maximum. Then after that, I mean, that's so simple. Then all you do after that is, you can put in your own price ranges and your minimum volume for the day and things like that. But that is pretty simple to do. If you just want to, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, if you just want to zero in on a certain, a minimum and to maximum market cap, just use that market cap filter. And then after that, you just have to add, the price range you like and minimum volume for the day that you like. And okay. So, I mean, it's really simple then to just track those stocks. That makes sense? Then you can control it. You control what you think is a minimum market cap to a maximum market cap that you want to follow. Well, we don't have one. No, we don't have one. I mean, that sector status is just for large, for the major sector. So we don't have something like that is built. But all I'm trying to tell you though is, you can create your own very simply. But no, we don't have something that, but what you could do, so no, we don't have it built. I mean, so the bottom line is no, we don't have it built, but you could take this, the sector status. No, you couldn't. No, you'd have to. I'm not even sure what you'd see. I mean, if I did this right now for energy, configure, just as an example. Market cap. So if I did this, added the filter, and just I'll put 100 million to 500 million. Just as, I mean, I'll just make up a couple, okay? I mean, I'll make it even smaller. Let's go 50 million. Or, no, yeah, I'll go 50 million. I mean, there may not be any. I have no idea in that particular. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So obviously, obviously here, 50 to 150 million, there are none. So yeah, so these are all going to be larger cap stocks. So we don't have anything pre-built, no. All right, guys, 11 o'clock. Well, let's see if the market stops going down anyway. Meanwhile, so many stocks are just continuing to move down here, the gap down and go over and over and over again. Yeah, relentless selling pressure. I mean, relentless. I mean, you just have to follow this. I mean, just over and over and over again. So this is an example of a multi-strategy window. There are 4 alert windows in here. Here they are, the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So, I've just color coded them. I mean, there's no magic about orange. It's just the way I've done it. But so the gap down and go over and over, very few gap up and go. Okay. So gap down and go would mean it gapped down and then it kept moving down. Gap up and go would mean it gapped up and kept moving up. Obviously, not very many. I don't even know if there was one today. And then gap up and reverse means the stock would have gapped up like blue. Blue was a classic. Blue gapped up and then it reversed. And there were going to be the other one, the one that I thought might start moving down a lot because it hit the all-time low. A gap down and reverse, it just gapped down and reversed. So those are the 4 strategies or alert windows that are in here. I like using change from the open, orange. Okay, that's what I like to use. Okay, I really don't. I don't really use the change from. I only look at the change from the close in the pre-market because obviously the market hasn't opened yet, so there's no change from the open. But once the market opens, the majority of my scans are all to do with the. Once the market opens, the majority of my scans are all about the change from the open. So, for instance, now let's take a look just for fun, the dock channel bar, and now I'm going to click. This is a custom that I created, and see if there's anything radically different. Not really. So now this is sorted on the change from the open. Still, look at this. There's been really nothing that has bounced from the open, because most of these percentages are about the same as they were the change from the close when I looked at this at about 9:15 this morning before the market opened. Now, sometimes what happens, of course, you might get a rally within a sector, but really nothing. There was no rally whatsoever. I mean, still 100% of the stocks that make up XLE, they're down from the open. So they open and they move down as an example. Oh, it's always for me, it's always a percentage, orange, always a percentage. I mean, and just look, I mean, the market just that's relentless. Yeah, on a day like today, I mean, you know, it's going to take a Herculean effort, I think, to let a pause even. Doesn't have to rip higher, but just pause in this downward pressure. AERC, guys, is still. There's a big couple of 15-minute candles right there. Okay, guys, I escaped that one with a little loss. Okay, I'm still looking again to see if it takes this out. I had a little scalp gain on it, but I was really kind of hoping that it might attack that 17 level again. But how you trade this is up to you. Okay, I mean I can't tell anybody how to trade this one. This is super frantic. I'm talking about the AERC. Well, I can't tell you, Jay. I mean, you've got to, in my opinion, you have to take fewer shares with a. I mean, I had a fairly tight stop on it, so that's 100%. You can short using the simulator. You just click the sell button. So yeah, you see, if I see, there's a situation where I had too many shares of the AERC, and because I had too many shares, I had a tighter stop, and so I got stopped out. Fewer shares, I'd be still in this trade. Give me a moment here. So let's say I wanted to. So Laura, let's say I wanted to short LFST. Okay, seeing this big pop up here. I want to short it, so I click on the symbol. There it is. I pick how many shares I want to short. Let's go 300 shares, and I click the sell button. Now the spread is a penny, so I click the sell button, and then I send it. Now I'm short, and it should show up soon. Okay, so there. So it took the short. That's how you can short. You just click the sell button. Well, that would have nothing to do with when you say not connected. Not connected to what? The simulator? Because that would have no bearing on whether you can short or go long if you're not connected. So what do you mean? But did it say simulator here? Did it say simulator here in that box? If you can see what I'm pointing at. Are you okay now? Okay. So now it's Just like I said, you just click on the alert or a symbol, shows up. Now you just click the sell instead of the buy. And that'll get you into a short. Yeah, look at Optinos, OPTN. Talked about this in the pre-market. Very choppy. Did have some news, I think. Yes, it did have some news, moving higher in positive second chronic sinusitis. So it did have some news. Wow. Do I do it? This, you have to give me a moment here, guys. Yeah, I haven't really looked at Dawn for a while. Dawn was so strong in the pre-market. Yeah, Dawn is coming back. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, great bounce actually from 12 up to 15. High was 1592 in the pre-market. Trying to manage this AERC, guys. Yeah, Dawn just made a new high now, guys. Dawn just made a new high, not a pre-market high, but it made a market high. DAWN. And again, it is a low float. Yeah, 21 million in the float. All right, Don, what can you do? Can you take out that pre-market high at 1598? No shorts available for me at for Don at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, the 1592, it is close. What did it get to in the pre-market? Got right to 1598. So whew. The way I'm searching the stock in the middle of the chart, how do you do that? I don't know what you mean, Bima. You mean just hovering over a, I don't know what you mean, searching for a stock in the middle. I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I'm clicking on an alert and the stock is loading into the chart. So I don't know what you mean by that, searching for a stock in the middle of the chart. I mean, I'm in the chart. When I go to another chart, I'm in it and I just hover over a candle. I can see what the next high is, or not the next high, the current high. If I hover over this candle, it's up here, in the upper left-hand corner. It gives me the data. So that candle high, for instance, was 1370 as an example. I just hover over the candle and you should see in the top left-hand corner all the data, if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about changing, okay, like Omni, if you're talking about changing, obviously, I mean, if I click on an alert, these symbols will change. If I want to actually manually, if I want to go to some, Microsoft, I just left click on the chart and start typing and the box should pop up. And then I click on change and that's it. Yeah, there's your 11 a.m. bounce right there. Well, not quite 11:15, but I mean, who's counting? Okay. At least that's the first green candle of the day. Oh, they've been talking about Optinos in the other room too, Ija. So you're not the only one. Keep an eye on the AUVI right here, guys. This looks, again, I just wish that 200-day moving average wasn't there. But I mean, it just looks like it, higher lows on the 60, just that stupid 200-day moving average is fairly close. And let's see if Don can reclaim 15 again. Meanwhile, EKSO guys it's been somewhat choppy, but the trend is up. EKSO had some news. Now, of course, if I want to get out of a trade, I just have to, again, highlight the trade. So there's the LFST. I was demonstrating how to take a short. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, I just highlight it and click flatten. That'll get me out of the trade. Okay, just took me out of the trade. A $25 loss. Again, that's in the simulator. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, back. All right, guys, I am now just kind of biding my time here, waiting to see if Dawn can get back up over 15. There's a big pullback, big topping tail, but as pointed out, the 200-day moving average was just above it. AERC doesn't have that issue anymore. It's a 200, well, it hasn't been trading, I guess, we don't even have a 200-day for it. All right, guys, I am in nothing right now, just kind of biding my time, and also be taking my break fairly soon. Well, let's see if we can string two green candles in a row on the SPY for 15-minute candles. Okay, let's see. So far, we have another 3 minutes for this one to close. That green candle right there. Well, I do see, yeah, I mean, Kiss is in his scan. Let's see, 40.75 down to 47. So it is bouncing a little bit with the market. Yep. And talking about Zach's bounce play. Hey guys, all I'm doing right now, just checking some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. Don't really see anything. Another one, blue just continuing to make new low after new low after new low. Okay, now this doesn't look great here. We've got a big top, we have a topping tail on that SPY candle. Another minute for it to close. Hopefully it'll remain green, but it's the next one that's key. The next 15-minute SPY candle, can we get at least two in a row green? Got to say, this AERC has been a challenge. All right, guys. I'm just kind of scanning my thumbnail charts to see if anything is happening. Actually, my alerts have somewhat dried up. Okay, so we did at least finish green. The next 15-minute candle is crucial. Not crucial. I mean, it's to see if we get any sort of a sustained bounce, at least for 30 minutes in the market. Hey guys, I'm just following some discussions internally at Trade Ideas. Yeah, it doesn't look, I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to get a green candle. Oh, brother. Okay, guys. Oh my goodness. Okay. Look at AERC now, guys. I mean, now the next high, the key is, I think was 18 something. Didn't I say 18? What's the next high on that weekly chart? 1819. 1819 is the next high in that weekly chart. Hmm. Oh, 18, what did I say? 1819? So let's say pretend it takes that out. Next high, 117. All right, let's get a little more serious here. Well, believe it or not, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to get to 114, but that is the next high on the weekly chart if it takes out 1819. Just can't take a lot of shares. Yeah, look at AUVI. I just wish that's lasted 200-day moving average wasn't right there at 331. I mean, if it can get through that, then you've got a high of 375 next on that weekly chart. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Excellent. Actually was, hey, look at this. This turned into a green candle. It turned into a green candle. All right, we've got maybe 30 minutes. I mean, we still have another 5 minutes for this to close, but it actually did turn into a green candle for the SPY. So yeah, the KSS actually a pretty decent bounce on a percentage wise, not huge, but definitely a nice little bounce from Zach Scan. A glimmer of hope. Look at this. Okay, Dawn is trying to make its way back up, perhaps. It trying to crawl off that 14 level. Got all the way up to almost 16. There's that 200 day. Another one that 200 day is just kind of stalled it. All right, guys. Again, I'm just looking at some thumbnail charts. The Dawn is the Dawn is probably one of the more interesting ones, just because of the news, and it still has about $1 something, almost $2 to that 200-day moving average. From where it is now, I'm not saying to take the trade now, but the news did look pretty good. I know it's only phase two, but it did look pretty good. Take a look at COGT. Let's see if it takes back 8 at some point. It did get all the way up to 832. Pretty steep pullback. Let's see if it gets back over 8 and has a run from there. So all I'm going to do is just stick an alert right up here around 804 and see if it takes it out later. Yeah, so Leerink, an analyst, has raised their price target from 14 to 15 for COGT. All right, guys, it is 11:43. Just want to confirm it'll be Chris Farley in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. What did you say? ERC just so tempting again. All right. Well, we have 30 minutes. We have 30 minutes of green candles and the spy. Hallelujah. Can we get 45? Well, look at Rocket. RCKT. This is now another gap down and go. Rocket. Oh, this is not. Okay. I'm sorry. I was thinking of RKT, but still RCKT. This is not Rocket Mortgages or whatever they call themselves these days. What is RKT doing? RKT, Rocket Companies. Ah, you know what? Dawn doesn't look good. Dawn is breaking. Oops. On. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, Dawn. Boy, if it ever took out, I mean, if you're looking to short something, if it ever took out that 13 level, this could really get it moving down. I know Zach showed it earlier. Oh, this is. All right, guys, I'm just checking to see if Chris is going to be in our YouTube room. He hasn't answered me yet. I'm pretty sure he is. It's Monday, so he should be there. Didn't get my entry. Didn't get my entry on the AERC. Just didn't get my entry that I wanted. Well, this is now 1815. That was the high for today. You mean a bottoming tail? Well, any bottoming tail in theory is bullish, orange. I mean, just think about what it means. At one point, the sellers had it down to a certain level, and then the buyers stepped in and closed it higher. So any sort of a bottoming tail, in theory, is bullish. But I mean, you got to have a few of them. That doesn't mean absolutely the market is going to rip or something after that. Of course not. But topping tails and bottoming tails, they give you clues. So for instance, if you look at AERC right now, okay, look at AERC right now, typing better. Look at the last now. I mean, this is a wild one, of course, but look at the last two 15-minute candles. Let's take a look at it on a big chart. So I mean, now this had a bottoming tail too, but I mean, you've got these big giant topping tails. Remember at one point the buyers had it all the way up here, 1818. Then the sellers knocked it all the way down to 1733. The buyers tried again. They got it back up to almost 18. The sellers, they've been moving it back down. At some point, the buyers may give up for a while. You get these topping tails, they may give up for a while. Sort of the reverse here when you had these bottoming tails on the 15, the sellers tried to knock it down, buyers closed it here, sellers tried again, and then the buyers just stepped in. They said, we're going. But this is a little bit different. I mean, this one has got a lot of following and it's a little bit different. And look at the volume, 29 million, 30 times normal, even though, it had super abnormal days, still 30 times normal. And then you look at the dawn, DAWN, not that there were a series of them, but I mean, look at this big topping tail here. Cogit over 8 again, guys. COGT over 8 again. All right, this might get it going. The high was 832. So again, going back to dawn, DAWN, look at this big topping tail there. I mean, the buyers had it up here, stalled right at the 200-day basically, and then the sellers just completely and utterly took over, and they are obviously still in charge. All right, guys. So I am just waiting actually for Chris to let me know if he's going to be. I'm pretty sure it's got to be Chris today in our YouTube room. Okay, so I'll be taking my break pretty soon, in about probably less than 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do, just put the announcement in. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up. So I am here, but I guess I can wait. All right, so again, look at the AERC. Look at these two topping tails. Excuse me, the AERC. Look at those two topping tails. We're just talking about them. And yeah, I mean, right now, the buyers or the sellers are in control. It's always a battle all day long. I don't care what stock you look at, it's always a battle all day long between the buyers and the sellers. And, you know, eventually one group just gives up for a while and says, you got it. Okay, guys, the COGT, the high was 830. Any no moving averages, no VWAP to worry about. The next high way over here on Friday was 1089 before it really pulled back. But it's through the 200-day today again. And again, doing a financing, just cannot see that stupid financing price. Ooh, another one on the way down, guys. CDRE. Ooh, look at this. Look at this break here for CDRE. I can't do anything right now. I'll be taking my break. So, but look at this CDRE. Nice break there. Yeah, Riley. Well, you can, you know, be Riley. Now, this was at 8:30 this morning with a buy and target of 31 for CDRE. Boy, look at this one. I mean, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 70, is that right? 1740 on the monthly chart, which is probably, yeah, that's the next low. Hi, Chris, I hear you. You just pinged in.
Good afternoon or morning or good something.
Morning where I live.
Yes,
It's still
it's
morning.
still technically morning for another few seconds where I am as well.
Yeah, let me just close down my music so I can hear
Sure.
you better. There you go.
I'll swap the screens on us here. There we go.
Okay.
Exciting morning so far. I don't
Oh,
know about
yeah.
anybody else, but for me, for you, I guess too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, Chris, you want to take over now?
You got it. I'm ready if you're ready.
Okay, I'm done. Yes, I'm ready. Okay,
All
put
righty,
myself
Barry.
on
We'll
mute.
see you in about an hour.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Take care. So, what do we got? It's Monday, everybody. Happy Monday and all that good stuff. Massive gap down from the market. But look, there's still alpha to be had among the things that we can find, not with much difficulty with trade ideas here. So took a quick couple of ins and outs of this here. You can see some of the sales are here. Some of them disappear because of connecting and disconnecting because of some of the stuff I do. But hindsight, obviously I should have held more, but I was happy with what I got in this market that early. And same with this here. Caught a nice piece of this. Ended up catching a nice little piece of this a little later than I wanted. on the CISO, but it's that market. Do not hang out too long on the long side, that's for sure. I looked at this hard. I ended up not doing anything with this, actually. I still kind of baffles my mind. Mike C, what's happening? Still baffles my mind, this red box. I'm really at a loss. But I guess, Michael said it best to me. He said, gamblers got to have somewhere to play their roulette or something like that, he said. So funny stuff, So, and I think in the crypto world, those folks are getting absolutely destroyed as well. I haven't looked in a while, but when I looked sometime in the early pre-market, I think Bitcoin was under 24K. Is that what I saw? Let's see if I can find that again here. Look on my phone. Oh wow, Bitcoin's approached was down 22.5. My goodness. So, well, this is what happens when you marry things and you get too involved and you let your emotions take over. And, as we've said many times, a number of us here, Bitcoin may or may not be the next big thing over the next 100 years. Who knows? But you're going to invest like it is. You better have the money to still maintain your life afterwards and take care of your responsibilities. So, so that's that. What else is anybody else looking at? Anything else on anybody's radar? Sorry, just that message was coming in and we wanted to respond to. I messed around with this My Liked the other day, but I haven't really updated the list since then. But I tried to play around with it a little bit. This thing is not producing how I want it to when I'm pointing it at specific names. I'm going to have to rethink how I'm approaching this when it's a select set of names. Oh, sorry, all this. I'm making my way on the Mac here. Big learning curve for me. How everything needs individual permissions. Everything that I load up Slack and this software that I'm using right now through Chrome and a few other things. So I think fingers crossed I'll be set to go with it tomorrow. I was playing with AWS last night to get TI set up there and doing the same tonight. I'll do a Trader Workstation because those are the only two things I need to run on the virtual machine, and then the rest should be good to go. Thanks for asking. And let's see, I saw a bunch coming here since I was typing those messages. Dawn, washing our dishes with Dawn. Oh, that was a nice pop right there. Nice move through there. You definitely got a nice piece of big volume. Look at that, 480 times, or 458 times, sorry, on the rel vol. And then let's see what else we got coming here. Dawn, it's crashing, of course, it'll bounce back up. Yeah, I mean, it may bounce back up, it may not. Anybody that knows me, if it's in a downtrend, I'm not, I have no intentions of anything long on it. That's for sure on any chart. If I were to, I'm not much of a bounce player in that regard, but if I were to play a bounce, it'll be fast and furious for me in and out of a bounce. No, I didn't pick them from my pre-market scans. Actually, I got them from this Bollinger Band scan here. The one that I walked everybody through was the week before last. Had to put the 1 minute custom in there. But you could probably even do it with just a regular 5 minute volume percent. But it came through here. It was coming through early, both of them, and got it that way. I would suspect AERC is done for the day. That's my belief, anyways. We'll see. Maybe in power hour time, I might attempt to revisit. PLD is buying Dr. Dre. Interesting. Aclx. I feel like I saw that last week for something. Aclx. Must have seen it last week, although the chart doesn't look as familiar as I would have thought it would. Nice gap down in reverse, rejected off that gap fill, but still great. Whenever you see stuff moving like that, I mean, bottom line, makes it a good day trading vehicle. Just that simple. This kind of stuff here, when you get this nice range from here to here, of course, you want to be on the right side of it. It's also a little nicer when it's a bit more liquid than that. And while it's a good size relative volume, that's not a ton of shares traded. But if the spread is tight, then it shouldn't matter too much. I'm not sure. I when it comes to deals like that, that stuff's pretty lost on me. I mean, the tradition is the company that's doing the buying usually moves down. The company that's getting bought moves up, but it's not always the case. I think a lot of it has to do with how much cash is involved versus shares and how they're going to compensate the shareholders and things like that. So that's all well beyond my knowledge, unfortunately, Peter. Someday, trying to learn a little bit all the time. I didn't, Mike C. You weren't here for it, I think. I had a big debacle with the exam, and the online software for taking the exam couldn't get past the firewall on my Mac, even with their tech people trying to get through it. So they said they would call me and reschedule my exam for this week. So I'm actually waiting for that call, anxiously waiting for that call now, because I'd like to get this done and over with, especially why this stuff is still fresh in my mind. So what I learned is that for as great as Mac apparently is, it's also still a huge pain in the neck, to say the least. HILS, Joshua throws in there. What does HILS look like? HILS. Run for the hills. Huge move off that. Yeah, I don't, stuff that's this price level, I don't trade very much, if not. It's just not my bag. Oops, draw this line here. So I'm struggling around these levels here. Here's, and my reasoning behind stocks under $4 is this. It could be every 15 to 25 cents is a mental block, just like whole numbers when you get 20 is a big whole number and 25 is a big whole number. Well, the same kind of thing can happen when you're under $4, but in cents with 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents. So you have that to contend with as one barrier. And then you'll have whatever looking left as another set of barriers. And in my experience of trading stocks like this, what has generally happened to me, and this is just my personal experiences, first off, you're not taking, something you could take 75 shares of, and if you get, $1.50 move on, you're getting $150. That's an okay trade. You make several trades like that a week, you're adding to what you're doing over, whatever other paychecks you might be taking in, right? 100 shares, 150 shares, getting some of those quote unquote nice size moves, great. Where with this, getting a 10, 15 cent move on a dollar stock is actually really big, but you need 1,000 shares or 1,500 shares or 1,700 shares. You need a huge share size. And in my experience, it always seems to be with these ones, when I take a massive share size, even just to get a little 10-cent move or something like that, it moves against me 20 or 30 cents, and I take a huge loss on it. So after a few times that happened to me, I said, you know what? It's just not worth it for me. I don't trade them well. There's no reason. There's plenty of other opportunities above $4, and that's where I head with that stuff. So I know there's other traders that I've interacted with that do really well on stocks at this level, and all the power to them. They are much better at trading these than I am, and just is what it is. Hurts the ego a little bit, I won't lie, but I'd rather take my small and medium-sized wins than set myself up for some of the larger losses that happen. COGT throughout there too. What you look like? Yeah, see, that's more up my alley for a day trade, something like this. And like this pattern that's happening here right now, as a matter of fact. You see where it's scooping off this and scooping off this, about to cross on the 5 or the 815 here. You can get above that level right there. You might see it take a shot back up here, I guess, and that's, or I was going to say 950, so 960-ish. Not saying it will, but I'm saying it's setting up a favorable setup to me, actually. Down here seems like a pretty big level. Look back and you can see this tail touches down there, coming back to Friday, right? So that seems to be a big level. Call that higher lows. There's some favorable setup here. As a matter of fact, I don't generally like to trade in between 11:45 and 2:45 my time. I'm sure I've missed out on a few, but I'm okay with that. I'm going to set a price alert for the day and keep an eye on it. So that's a good look there, Joshua. Yeah, that's a good looking chart for a day trade. Possible day trade anyways. Throw that alert right there. See what happens. My Mac experience, no, not off to a good start. But look, I anticipated it going a lot smoother, but I also, coming from a PC. I mean, I've been using PCs since forever. But as my base use since 2015 or something like that. So, and now I had a Mac. The first computer I actually used were the Apples back in the 80s, and the mid-late 80s were the first computers I ever used. But aside from that, I had a Mac, 2008 Mac that I used for a few years, but it was long before I got involved in any kind of finance. That's another one too, Mike. See, absolutely. Absolutely. But like I said, my hope is that this will all turn out well with all the videos that I'm trying to do a lot more video work and stuff, but it hasn't. My PC can, like, if you look right now, you can see how my my races, everything's creeping across the screen real slow, and I'm running almost nothing for software right now. Just everything, the software updates that have happened over the last 6 months with everything, just more than this old Betsy can handle. My computer will name it Frank, and he's a fighter, but he's going down swinging right now. So, all right, that's that. I just happened to notice the SPY is off the lows of the day. I still think we head lower from here overall. I still think pre-pandemic highs are in play. I also think that we'll never get big capitulation. Like we'll never, not never. I don't think we're going to see something this violent to this degree on a sell-off. I think it's just going to continue to be stuff like this. Just kind of grind its way down and demoralize everybody until everybody has been ground completely out of the market. And then slowly but surely, like every other time, people will come back in. It will not be, there will be no V, and I think that's kind of clear from the way this is arced like this now versus that drop and that pop. I think it'll be something to this effect. And we might see it wavy down here for a while before we get lift back off again. And, you're going to have your doomsayers, the world's ending and hyperinflation, and we're all going to have to live on a farm again and raise chickens and pigs and all that stuff. And maybe all that happens. I have no idea. I'm not planning on that, though. Like I said, I think we'll get a more traditional bear market than the bear market of 2020. I think we'll see something more along the lines of, whoops, wrong one. I think we'll see something more along the lines of, after a sell-off, we'll see something more along the lines of this nice sideways action like we had back here in 2018, something like that. Yeah, 2018, yeah. I think we'll see something more similar to that once the sell-off is finished. And sell-off just feels very orderly and systematic to me. Other than that, we're in this kind of middle area right here now of the day. It's 12:18 here my time on the East Coast, and this is where things kind of get sleepy too. So keep those things in mind. And I know Nat Gas was up. Take a look at the Nat Gas chart real quick here. Where are you? Sector list. All right, so Nat Gas has given it up since this morning. Back to a daily chart here. There we go. That bottoming tail that's happening here. This is why I wish we did have logarithmic charts sometimes. This isn't a good read of what's really happened on this chart. A logarithmic chart would be much nicer. How do you use your races band scan for buying and selling? You practice on? You place an entry at one of the lines on the track? No, I just look at the chart. More or less, and kind of make a decision where I think some support and resistance locally are. So for this here, when we poked up above this level, and then we pulled back below it, and we poked back up, and it looked like we were going to do it again. Oh, sorry, I'm drawing that wrong. We poked up above this level here, and then it pulled back, and it poked back over that again. That was my key. I said I'm in. And I made a move like that. All the orders aren't on here properly. Whenever I disconnect and reconnect a bunch of times, it throws everything out of order or deletes them. But and I just used the opening range of today as my stop essentially. So this thing had gap down, all right, but it's had such strong volume this morning and it looked like it was going to be volume that's probably going to take out Friday's volume, might even match Thursday's volume. So, it tells me increasing volume versus the decreasing volume that had been happening for a couple of days. So, these are all kind of the factors. And then I knew I wasn't staying in long, and I had an upside target that I wanted. I threw that in as a limit order right away, and came up and tagged it. And then I decided, and then it, kind of moved up well past that. And when it made this pullback again and started to make that move up, I said, you know what? And take a second stab at it with a much tighter stop. This way I don't hand back what I already made today. And so that's what I did in these candles here, like that. But before I do anything, I have a stop in mind always. That's the first thing I do before I get in is what's my out to the downside if this goes bad, and then my up to the outside. And that'll always kind of vary my up to the outside slightly in the sense of where do I think it could go, and if I see it stalling, I'm jumping off this train. Oh, you're confused how they work? Well, so what these do for me is it shows me what's moving, how I want to see it currently. I've happened to really grow since I did a little more work with Bollinger Bands a few months ago. I grew really fond of them. A lot of people like Bollinger Bands, so I don't even leave them on the chart, but let me show you on a chart what this kind of looks like. Add them to this chart. There we go. All right, so now the way John Bollinger designed them is a break of the upper band is a buy, actually, where a lot of people play a break of the upper band or revision to the mean, but we can see that would not have worked very well here, almost at all. When you had the break of the band here, you had a slight time in and you moved back. Now, technically, you're using the lower band as a stop. You would have got stopped out the next day on the open, but it's kind of a cheesy stop. But if not, it's kept you in all the way through here on that break of that band back there. Now, if we go back a few days, it's probably even, more evident here. So, now let's take a look here. Let's zoom in and go back in time. My computer wants to catch up to what I'm trying to do here. There we go. So we broke that Bollinger Band here, right? We never really looked back off that on that day, right? What a move that was right there. Now, I'm not saying, oh, I got all that move or I could have got all that move. I'm trying to capture. I can capture this part of a move every time. I'm happy, and look, I'm leaving out all this in between there and all that in between there. That's fine. Catching bottoms and selling tops, that's not my forte. And I don't think that's most people's. But so that's what I'm looking for with the charts is something that's moving up on the upper Bollinger Band with some volume and some momentum behind it. And so that's what the scan points me to charts that look like that, essentially. All stock, no cash. So that could be the reason why it didn't move up the way one might anticipate it to move up. But so, just to circle back on it there, Orange, the idea behind this is a scan pointing me at charts I most likely am interested in. And then from there, I do have to make the decision of looking on the charts from there. That, just like any other scan is pointing me in a direction of things. I happen to like the races better than alert windows because with alert windows, you need an event like a new high or a new low or a check mark up, standard deviation break, range break, all these different kinds of things coupled with the filters. Where this, I can just pick the filters I want and then sort on those filters and say, all right, now you're showing me what's everything that meets my filters. And then I take the race a step further and the race allows me to show how it's actually moving at that time, if that makes sense. So like if we come, for example, let me do this one here. So if I come to the configure of the scan, I've configured the scan to show me stocks between this price range, 4 and 30. They got to be 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. They have to be at least up or flat in the last 5 minutes for price. They have to trade at 200,000 shares on the day. And then I put a 1 minute volume filter in there just to make sure it's currently active. I don't want to see stuff that's gone to sleep on me, but is at the top of the Bollinger Band essentially. And then from there, I tell it, all right, great, you found those stocks. Now I want you to sort them, the ones that are the highest in their Bollinger Band position at the top all right, of the list of stocks that met this criteria. And then lastly, I tell it, I want you to race on 5-minute change with a delta value, meaning I know everything. I know where all these stocks are at this point. Now I want you to start them evenly once you found them and move them on a 5-minute period, telling me what's moving the most over the last 5 minutes percentage wise, whether it's up or down. And by having that 0 in the 5-minute filter, I'm guaranteed to not find stuff moving down really over the last 5 minutes. That's the idea behind it. Simple and elegant to me anyways. Other people might not think it's as simple. We all want to look for different things essentially. But, here we go. CISO's back on it, and here it goes. It's moving right back up. And I'll tell you what, I'm looking hard at that right now for possible entry, kind of against my time frame to trade. But look at that 1-minute volume. Look at that volume that's pouring in it. I personally like the setups that come out of here. Are they all gold? No, of course not. But that's where being a trader comes in eventually, EDU. Let's take a look at EDU, Here we go. Look at this nice move. After that big gap up, it's caught all this. It's broken that top Bollinger Band. It's right at the top of that Bollinger Band. Nice and liquid. I mean, this is something I'm looking hard at right now. My thing is I don't typically like to enter stocks at this time of the day. And I get why people don't like the races, and prefer to have the alert windows, especially people that had great success with alert windows. My thing with alert windows, I can never really settle on an alert event that I liked with the filters. It always seemed like whenever the new high comes in, I get pretty close to the last new high of the day, and that's it for me. Where this isn't making a new high on the day, and I'm being alerted to it right now. And I mean, look, if it clears this level, this has got to, it's got a very good chance to make it to 18 again. I don't know, it'll get all the way up here again. I don't know that it'll even get to 18. But my point being is, if I had this in an alert window and I'm waiting for a new high on the day, I'm waiting all the way up here to get alerted on it. Where this, I'm not waiting to get alerted on it. And I can see it on here. Now it's not moving currently because it's, come to stand still for a second. But, I know it's one of those stocks that's meeting my criteria. Also, I do wonder if my races sometimes lag with the cars right now because my computer's so crappy. And that's, one of the things that hopefully I've fixed in the next 24 to 36 hours here. So it's just why I like it. And that's why I need to pay a little more attention. I got to update my liked list better and figure out how to make the scan work better with it, this race work better with it. And the thought behind it is, I usually do a lot of homework early in the morning or late at night after the market's closed with stocks I think have a chance to run the next day at least a little bit. So now if I've got, 10 or 15 stocks that I really like, and then I'm focusing the race just on those stocks, I'm really setting myself up with the most quality setups that I think I possibly can. That's my thought behind that right there. So, hopefully that's, someone that has been skeptical on the races or didn't understand that. Hopefully that's giving you a little something extra. Inquiring about the race setup. Yeah, I mean, I personally like it. You were saying, that's a nice race setup. I like that one. I also like this one here too. This gap up from the close, 1-minute volume, although it's not a 1-minute volume anymore. But look at the things that have come through this. All right. And these, I sort them by the top 10 winners. All right. The winners that have the most wins. Now let's look at some of these stocks that have been on. This means these stocks have been on this race basically all day long, essentially. So, I mean, AERC, while it's not the easiest trader, what we do is not easy. There's a lot of opportunity there. COGT, another one. All right. While maybe not the easiest setup, there's certainly some actionable moments in here, day trading wise here. And now all through here. And this thing has been on here nonstop. It's been on this one. Actually, I don't know if it's been on this one. Probably not because of the Bollinger Band. Yeah, look at that. It's only going to probably start reaching that now, to be honest. And that's why I have different races, a couple of different races. CISO, this one's been on both races. And again, this is why I don't go chasing stuff during this time of the day here. Reset my price alert. Keep my eye. Let's take a look at GTX. It's jumping out on this race, all right? And here we go, all right? This thing made a move in the last few minutes. Piercing that Bollinger Band. Is it going to be able to ride it? I don't know. Looking left, you put the whole package together. We're running into resistance right there, looking left. So, if it gets through there, could it get there? Sure. Will it? I don't know. But I'm trying to find, quality setups. We still have to be traders. We still have to be able to read charts. We got to be able to look left. We have to be able to look at pivot lines, support and resistance, all those things like that. BORR, what do you look like? Been on my races. Much tougher trader, but all the same, that's the business we're in. If this was, look, there is I know so many people think I'm smart and I'm good at everything I do. I was a great basketball player. I'm a great speed reader. I taught myself a language, and the taught myself a language is me. I taught myself to speak fluent Spanish. I'm awesome at math, all these things like that. I can definitely do this trading thing, no problem. And the people like that, like me, we get humbled the hardest. And I got humbled really hard for about 2 years before I started making any of this work. Also, just want to note, that's a really great looking bull flag right there. Really great looking bull flag. Just throwing that out there. Now, this is not a market that I'm looking to swing anything on, really, to be honest. But, I can't help. My eyes see these patterns. Did my eyes see these patterns after a month of trading? Nope. Do they see it after 6 months of trading? Honestly, no. Do they see them after a year? A little bit sometimes, and some of them. It wasn't really until about 2 years the patterns just start jumping out at me, to be honest. And more they begin to jump out at me, especially having, gone through the CMT level 1 course. Hopefully I'll be tested on it in the next 48 hours as well to, add to that. But, but just sitting there and, I probably could have done a lot more chart work, looking, YouTube has so many free videos on this stuff, hang here in these and ask about chart patterns. A lot of stuff, so much free information out there to do this stuff. And as I tell anybody's new here, you're not even a TI subscriber and you're kind of on the fence, take your time. You don't have to subscribe today or next week or next month. First off, if you're someone new to the market in general, you kind of picked one of the worst times to be new to the market, unfortunately. Just, that's the way it is. But these are the kind of moments that you weather these things. You better believe when you hit a full-on bull trending market, you got to think you're a genius. And, having weathered this kind of stuff and then hitting a market like that, you should think you're a genius. You should feel good about that. I tell people that I interact with in my personal life that know that I made this big transition to doing this. I said, first off, it wasn't easy. I lost money for a couple of years, literally lost money. I didn't make a dime. I paid for I was, paying for trade ideas. I was trading like garbage, for 22 months basically. And then all of a sudden around month 24, things started to kick in for me. Okay. But, the bottom line is it was freaking hard. Just looking at this GTX here, I think it wasn't very liquid was my other issue with this, right? Yeah, 600,000 shares. I'd like to see. Yeah, that's all right. This is, look, I'm throwing some price alerts for the day here, Maybe I trade all of them. Maybe I trade none of them. I want to get that quality setup. And this thing, look at the volume that's coming into this right now. Look at that 1 minute volume. Look at that 5 minute volume. All right. Look, we had declining volume here. And then we just had a big volume pop here. All right. We're at the beginning of this 15-minute candle. And look how fast this volume's pouring in right now. All right. So, and again, if I was to trade it, give me some levels to look at here. Maybe the bottom of this 15-minute candle as a stop. Now, depending whether or not you're hampered by pattern day trader rule, if you're with a cash account that's, smaller, getting it, smaller account under 25,000, I've been there. It is tougher. You can't just, the trade's reversing, I'm out real quick and I can revisit it again later. I get those things. And, that stuff is tough. You in that position, you are at a disadvantage, unfortunately. If you share the races, you have to load them for me, or do I have to have the premium? No, you can use my races with standard. The issue is this race, I put a custom filter in. It's not like a custom, like I wrote some special filter, just that topless don't have 1 minute volume percent in them. They only have the 5 minute volume percent and higher than that, even though the code exists within, because topless technically update every 30 seconds. So you'd have to you have to have that 1 minute volume put in, and then you have to add that filter to the scan yourself. This scan here I can share outright with you. There's no custom in it. So give me 1 second, and I can share that with you outright. Load from cloud. Yeah, up. From close 1 minute volume, erase and share. Copy and paste. There you go. So you can have that one outright. If someone wants this one here, it's probably easier for me if you send an email in to support@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, I'm looking for Chris's Bollinger Band scan. I know it needs the custom, and I will somehow get it to you. I'll get the custom into your account on my side and then share the scan outright with you so you can just load it. I think that I can do it like that. I think that'll probably be easier. I mean, unless you all want to go through the exercise of how to put a custom in. It's not overly tricky, but I also don't want to, it's a solid 10-minute lesson. I don't want to, I don't want to waste anybody's time with that here if there's other things people rather do. I'll leave that up to the crowd though. Just continuing to watch the SPY recover here. I was teasing this morning saying, just to get everybody really angry, the bears and bulls. I'd love to see this gap down that happened and then us take it nearly positive and then reverse and close on the lows. I mean, I don't want anybody hurt by it, but I mean, I just, I see all these personalities like, oh, I can't go any lower. This has got to be it. And then other people like, oh, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This thing is going to zero. Like, really? The stock market's going to zero? If I had $1 for every time that someone said that, I wouldn't be trading anymore. I'll tell you that. I'd have a yacht in the Mediterranean Sea eating shrimp. So don't get too high, don't get too low on these things. CIGO, that's triggering. CISO, that's triggering here. It's setting up. It's, just looking at this chart, you could use the bottoms of these candles here as a nice stop loss. That's some good risk management right there. If someone was interested, these are the things that you have to think about. This is what being a trader is. It's risk management. It's not just buy a stock. It's buy a stock with risk management in mind, or short sell a stock with risk management in mind. COGT still kind of making some noise here. Like I said before, I think it was Joshua brought it up. It's a solid setup. I didn't, before he brought it up, I had this here like this, so I hadn't noticed what was going on in this race. And look at that. 7 winners on this race. That means it's been on there for, at the very minimum, 21 minutes, because each race is 3 minutes long. But we know for a fact that it's not been on there for just 21 minutes. It's been on and off this race probably the entire day at this point. My energy stocks, looking so healthy today. They're calling in sick. Some big tails on some of these, actually. That's very noteworthy. Big tails on these. SPY's making a move too. Watch the compare count windows, right? These new highs coming in. New lows moving down still for the most part. We'll see. Sorry, just catching up reading something here. What do you look for in a market bottoming? Everybody is negative on the market. When everybody's negative and the magazine covers start coming out, and no relief in sight on every magazine, and nobody's talking about the stock market outside of the financial channels, and everybody's dejected and all those things, then you're in a bottoming process. Most sediment indicators and things like that, they're contrarian indicators, to be honest, because when everybody's euphoric and everybody's buying into the market and everybody's go and all that, well, then all the liquidity's in the market already. There's nothing else to come in and drive that market up. And typically, this is all Dow theory, very simple Dow theory. Typically the way it works, and this bear market has panned out to Dow theory perfectly. The first things to go underneath, if you pay attention to breadth indicators and things like that, the first things to go were all those growth stocks that were not making any money, and everybody's DraftKings and Zoom and Peloton and whoever else, all these nonsense growth stocks. And I say nonsense in the regards to their price did not reflect what those do for business. Netflix, I mean, $700 for Netflix stock, get out of here, out of your mind. I mean, there's nothing even good on that platform to start with. So, but it is what it is. That's the stuff that starts going, Netflix probably less than that. But when you start to see some of the secondary stuff go, that's been up real big, because, Netflix is part of that whole fan gang. But when you see that secondary stuff start to go, and you see that it becomes more value is what's hanging in there, which is exactly what we saw for about 12 months was value stocks hanging in there. Put up a chart of Berkshire B versus ARKK, and look at those two when they started to diverge. All right, that tells you that, people are only buying the real big names now at this point. It's your Googles, your Amazons, your Facebooks, your Apples, all these big names, all the secondary underneath stuff is all starting to move into bear market territory, without you being able to see it reflected in the SPY and the Qs or the NASDAQ and the S&P and all those things like that. And once those dominoes start to fall on that, that's when the topping process is really here. And that's exactly, go back and replay the tapes on when some of these stocks started rolling over. Go look at some of the smaller cap, big favored stocks that started rolling over last March and last April. All right. And that just never recovered. Meanwhile, the market was still being dragged up all through the rest of last year. So those are the things you want to look for in contrarian indicators for marketing bottoms and tops. And I mean, it's Dow theory. Google Dow theory, learn it, love it, live it. The trend is your friend. No simpler other way to put it, And now Dow believed in the primary trend, which, is done in, months and years. You only trade the primary trend. You don't trade a secondary trend. So, it's very different. The market was different back then, but all these things stay true. The secondary trend is weeks to months. And then, you have your short-term trend that's going to be days, hours. Again, that's, the short and skinny of how these things work, essentially. Blue got crushed. Wasn't that doing something in the, doing something in the pre-market? Got up way too early this morning. Yeah, so it gapped up big, and we got that big recovery coming in again. Finding these scoops here where things came back down and they met, on these here. They just happen to be meeting a 8 EMA on a 15 and 5 minute chart. Just happen to be working out that way. There's nothing magic about any indicator. Literally nothing magic about any indicator. Just people get good rapport with some indicators versus other ones. I happen to like an 8 EMA. I happen to have grown fond of Bollinger Bands. I don't need them on the chart though when I'm scanning with them. I know what it's doing. Get rid of this Bollinger Band as a matter of fact. Remove. I like my charts clean, as you can see. I got 2 indicators here, 8 EMA on both of these, 20 SMA on both of these, and I have a multi-period low of 20 here. So because it's a daily chart, it's a 20-day low. If it had been a 5-period, if it's a 5-minute chart, it'd be a multi-period of 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly how. When everybody's dejected, broken, and that's it, and that's when the big whales will start to put back in, because these people have to put money to work. Right now, you better believe there's been a flight to the bond market like nobody's business. That's how it works, because they can't just leave their clients' money on the sideline. They have to find some way to put it to work. They can't trade. They're not as nimble as we are, but they don't have to be either. We're the minnows, they're the whales. So here again, CISO, price alert gone off, and I just know at this time of the day, I just, sometimes I miss one and it makes a move without me this time of the day, but I'm just not ready to commit to this time of the day right now. And I'll revisit again in an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours, somewhere around that time, and we'll see what's happening. Also, I want to recognize the SPY. The SPY is going to move up. Everything else is going to move up at it, and a lot of these charts will reflect this move here. And I don't want to get caught on the wrong side of this, because this could easily take out the low of the day. Will it? I have no idea. I'm certainly not going to mess around and test that, though. Voodoo support level, first pre-market low. Yeah, good luck, Mike C. So let's see, let's bring that up here. ENSV. Let's throw some pre-market on there. There you have it, folks. And that ain't good enough. Oop, sorry. Try to draw. I know it's going to poke through, but try and draw as straight as I can. No happy accidents. These things happen. For you efficient market hypotheses fans, I don't think so. Not in my live stream. We ain't having no efficient market hypothesis. And that's not to say it doesn't have a place. But those that think that that technical analysis has no bearing whatsoever, I'm sorry, it's very narrow-sighted. And just like those that only use technicals and don't use any fundamentals ever on your long-term stuff, I think that's foolish too. When you're day trading and it's short-term like this, fundamentals shouldn't really have anything to do with it. When you're looking at trying to take some sizable positions on some companies you like for a long time, you better be looking at the fundamentals. You better understand some PE ratios and some things like that. Give that as a shout out to Mr. Michael Anthony, who's always throwing fundamental numbers at me, even though I don't understand half of them. So this is making, trying to make its case here. And again, I set that price alert there, and sure, it's moved up nearly 30 cents off that price alert, but it's just hard to, it's hard to do this when I have a set of rules. Once in a while, I violate them. The rule I don't ever violate is the stop loss rule. That cross so far, working off of that cross, and working off of this cross here. I'm not a big cross person anymore. I used to be big into crosses. And then I built a scanner that found crosses like so beautifully, and every one of those trades was nearly every one of those trades was terrible. So with that said, no cross for me. I'm not scanning for them anyways. So we can see this Bollinger Band scan drying up a little bit on me here. We'll see what that means for later in the day. And I don't know about this scan here. It's been kind of Today looks all right. That dawn might be setting up real nice there, Mr. Mike C. Come in, we've created this range here and pop this range. certainly have some legs to it. Would like to see it start to take out and get increasing volume moving here. But you know what? Let's set a price alert there too for the day. Let's see what happens. Punch my lottery ticket. A tease about the lottery ticket. Utz, is this chips? Is that Utz brand? Haha, perishable prepared foods. Ain't that something? I have to see Utz. I always think of going to a Yankees game. Interesting move. Very alpha today on it. Dawn made a poke through and then pulled right back. And why I cannot grab that? Price alert. There we go. I live a little bit outside the city. I'm probably like, I don't know. If nobody gets in my way driving into the city, I could be in Midtown in about 18, 19 minutes. But that never happens. BNO, what are you doing here? United States Brent Oil Funds. Really interesting stuff. DBO, it's going to be more oil. PST. Lehman. So Houston, we have liftoff. Fighting with that level right there, though. Let's draw that out. Let's put that on an actual. Let's get it on all the charts, just for fun. Take a look at this level here. Something always to make sure you're doing as an exercise. Pivot lines, think of them more as a spongy zone. All right. I wish we did have the ability to do them a little more spongy than just this thin line. I think it's something that's coming at some point. But pivot lines, even trend lines should be thought more spongy-ish. And some people play to the top of a candle, some people play to the top of the shadow or the bottom of the shadow. All depends. And again, I'd be remiss if I didn't note that bull flag right there. That's a heck of a bull flag. This thing's got massive, no, I'm lying. Well, it's got pretty good volume coming in. So we got 7 minutes to end this candle. So, decline volume, I'm wrong. Had big volume coming in back here. The volume's dropped actually in the last 10 minutes now, but certainly noteworthy. Why not? Throw it on the price alerts list. Sorry, to come here for me. All right, so we see some things are picking up here. Never like to see corn on there, I'll tell you that. Not that I'm a corn eater, but just seeing any kind of food commodities on there. I like everybody else would like to not pay more at the grocery store. Things have already made a hefty move.
Mr. Varley,
Yes, sir.
I have to take umbrage with you. You've just dissed all over my favorite streaming service, Netflix, saying it's just garbage. And I love Netflix. I'm not talking share price. I'm talking the service. I love Netflix. I think there's great foreign stuff on Netflix. You know, as long as you're willing to
You
look at subtitles
you and my
and things
mom should
like
hang
that.
out. My mom watches all the Turkish stuff on there.
Absolutely. No, it's great stuff. You got to
I'm really
expand your
more teasing than anything
horizons.
else. My beef was with
Yeah.
the $700 share price for Netflix. That's just insane.
Of course, of course. But then I heard you say, and nothing's on Netflix. It's a bunch of garbage. That was your next statement. And I'm
It
listening back going,
was.
I can't wait till 5/2. So I can come in here and just give you a
I
piece of my
figured I
mind.
triggered someone with that.
Anyway, yeah, interesting
I
day.
tease it.
Definitely.
Listen, if I said that around my daughter, she'd probably try to karate chop me because she thinks Netflix is the greatest thing on it. She likes Netflix better than Disney Plus. So
There you go. And your daughter probably shouldn't be watching Netflix. She should be watching Disney Plus. I know how old she is.
she's 9. She likes all the, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of cartoons on there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So, but I was just, the other thing that I was commenting on is, the SPY trying to pick itself up and some of these stocks following it, but not seeing that follow through bounce now. But, I always, not that I push the races, but I just always like to show how, you are more of an alert window person where
Yes.
I'm more of a race person. And,
Yes.
something like COGT, if I had no, it's not COGT. Where is it? Something was on here that had made a big gap up and then pulled back on one of these races.
Well, COGT definitely did at some point.
EDU had this big gap up. And if I was waiting for a new high on the day, I may not see it. But, if it could break this area that it's, if it could break above that 130 or that 1730 level, I mean, it might, as you would say, not saying it's going to get there, but it might be able to move back up to 18. But I'd never get alerted to that again if it didn't get that new high.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's what the races. If a person wants to be more of a pullback player, absolutely the races are. And I have a race up, and I'll glance at it every now and then if things are a little bit slow for me, and I may take more or less a pullback play. But yeah, I'm more of a momentum trader, wanting to see things near the high or the low of the day, not just because they're at the high or the low you take the trade. Has to be from some kind of a pattern, and as you know, look left, and all that nonsense. But the thing is that you're absolutely right, though. The races can be excellent if you're more in tune to being a pullback player, because you will see the odd winner of a race that happens to be near the high of the day also, of course. But a lot of times you're right. Like I'm looking at your EDU right now. Yeah. And, look at EDU right now. Look at that 5-minute chart and look where it's maybe trying to base.
Yep, exactly. Right at that 17 level right now.
Exactly. So, I mean, if it holds there after that 3-bar pullback on the 15s, on the 5s, hey, it might bounce from there,
exactly.
But yeah.
Well, I thought I set a price alert for it. I got to set a price alert.
Absolutely.
You never know.
That's never know.
Rule too. That's kind of one of my rules is I don't trade mostly from about 11:45 my time to about 2:30-ish my time. I just find a lot of head fakes during that time.
Oh, really?
And so, yeah, it's probably more me than anything else chasing. So it's a way for me to not chase as that rule. Do I miss some? Yes.
Well, I'm
okay with missing one.
I'm on my break usually between 12 and 1, though a break is a misnomer. I mean, it's not like I'm, wandering around in the tulip field. I mean, it's sort of a break from the mic. That's about the break. But
of course.
Anyway, what
if
time
you're
is it?
ready,
12:59.
you steal it right
I'm
back.
ready. Okay,
right.
Give me a moment. Let me get my. Where are you? I shall take over right now. Okay.
I'm going to go back to work setting up this Mac, and hopefully I'll
my
have
gosh,
it ready to go soon. Well, what it is trying to, I just really needed to, nothing comes with instructions anymore.
Yeah.
And so
by the way,
PC
Chris,
to Mac.
But by the way,
Um,
Chris, what I said this morning regarding trade ideas and interactive brokers,
yeah.
that's what's worked for me. Okay, doesn't matter what order. If I load TI first or IB first or vice versa, it really doesn't make any difference. And then all I do is I shut down trade ideas and then I
Hmm.
and I log back in, and that has worked the last 7 or 8 times immediately.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to test
So I
that
mean,
out then because I'd
yeah,
like to be
why?
on the newest version.
Yeah, I'm always on the newest version, so I'm on the newest development version, and that I didn't know it was going to work. I just tried it, and I think 5 or 6 times in a row immediately. I think that's probably pretty set.
Okay.
Now, why that's happening, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's for the minds greater than ours. We just report back and then get
Exactly,
told to put more information.
exactly.
All right, Barry. I will see you in a couple of hours.
You bet. Okay,
All right.
Chris.
Take care.
Bye. Okay, guys. All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. I'm gonna get my music all set up. Okay, let's see what is happening. Excuse me. You know what's happening is AERC is starting to move again. That's what's happening. Look at this. Look at this big bottom down here, 1567. It's about $1 off that. It's had the big pullback. I'm not saying this is easy. Um, you can kind of see, if you look at the 5 minute chart, you can kind of see that if it gets back over 17 again, I know you're giving up 50 cents or so, but it could really start to roll again. I mean, that's the thing. Dawn was it was okay for a bit, but man, oh man, that sort of did its thing again, kind of fake you out over that 14. You had to be very quick and nimble. And yeah, now here we go. So we had that 30 minutes up. We had then one, two, three, four. Even though we had a nice little topping tail there, it looked like, or it looked that was a green candle. Looked like okay, maybe we're going to continue. But you know what? This looks a little more ominous, doesn't it? That red candle and now the follow up one. This whole little move here, it's suspect now. I'm sticking a price alert underneath this at the SPY at around 375 and see if it takes that out. Because if it takes that out, boy, we could be in for a long swoon down from 1 o'clock to 4 if it takes this out. Yeah, even on its best day, Yoda, AERC has not been an easy trader, even on its best day. I think maybe the only day that it was fairly, nothing's easy, but maybe a fairly stable trader was the first day of its move. Okay, but after that, it has been up, down, up, down, up, down all day long. So you're trading that one, you do one of two things, you can put reasonably tight stops, and if it doesn't pop immediately, then you're out, or take way fewer shares with wider stops and try to keep in the trade. What I have found today is that when it has hit some of my levels, it is really, and I've been able to get in at the level, it is really then rocketed for a bit. And I don't mean for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, a minute or so, but sometimes those minutes are 40, 50, 60 cents, just like that. So not easy, definitely not easy. The only thing I'll say about Dawn is that, to me, I mean, the news is, it's, how can I say, uplifting, call it uplifting, okay? And so, I mean, if you stick that alert, and then the issue is, well, that's far enough away though. I mean, 15 is the 200-day moving average is 16. So, you know what I got to do? No. Well, here's another one, guys. VORB, VORB, another all-time low, starting to drift down. All-time low for VORB, VORB, all-time low. Thank you. Thank you, Fefe. Funny. I'm not sure anything was coming in anyway, but yeah, I guess Nova. Yeah, Nova was coming in. So it looks like the energy stocks really, minor bounce, but nothing to speak of. Let's take a look at, let's take a look at the dock channel bar and the sector change from the open. See if there's anything that really changed. Yeah, okay, so the last time we looked, 100% of the energy stocks were still below the open. So there is some movement in some of the energy stocks. Some movement, but still nothing dramatic. Financials, I suppose you could say financials, you know, 43% now are above the open. So I guess if you're looking at a financial stock, they could, that might be the only sector really that is giving some kind of maybe a bit of a pattern. Let's take a look at XLF. Yeah, I mean, it's still, so you had the pop here, but with the market, really, I mean, look at XLF and the SPY, virtually identical. Boy, look at another one, Bally, almost an all-time low, BALY, the casino stocks, just disaster. Yeah, MSTR, I know you've been talking about MSTR for a while now. Just not the range I like or the price I like, but yeah, no disputing the fact that it's had big ranges both on the upside and the downside. All right, guys, Dawn is again testing at 14, and as Real said, just a little bit above the 200, the VWAP again. Be nice to get a volume push, a big volume push. Okay, well, Don is still teasing us here, just over that VWAP at 14 right now, but it's still kind of teasing. Yeah, this is a pretty big collapse now, or collapse, a big downturn for AERC. That could be kind of it, because I mean, for it to get back up to that 17 level, that will take a lot of. Well, let's see first of all if this 14 holds. Maybe it bounces off the 14, but yeah, look at Don. Look at Don. Yeah, I am really going to be very selective now. Don't want to jump the gun in anything, and I may not take anything for the balance of the day. I mean, it's just a little too choppy for me. COGT is interesting. So this is the latest news I'm getting. So we know they did a financing. I still don't know what the financing is, but I also now see June the 13th. That is today. So surges on robust data from its study. Okay, so this is, sorry guys, this is a regurgitation then. This is just a regurgitation of the news of I guess Friday. Well, you got to read a little bit. Just look at the headline. You would think that was today. Okay, so COGT is interesting to me anyway. I mean, the high Friday was almost 11. I think it was 1090, 1089. So obviously it's got a couple of dollars before it hits that level. And you know, the ideal thing, just base a bit and then pop up on volume, take out 9 and start to run. That's for the COGT. Okay, Hashi. What do they do? No, they don't do what I thought. Okay, HCP. This is an all-time low now. HCP, all-time low now for HCP. Well, we saw Hood early in the day. I know it was challenging an all-time low or at an all-time low. Oh, bounce. Okay, didn't see the bounce. No. Interesting because it's bounced in the market. It's doing a lot better than, I mean, you could argue, okay, those first two candles were because of this, but after that, it's been kind of trading well on a good bounce for Hood. All I saw was this at the beginning. So as Chris was going over the races in YouTube during his 1 hour stint, so yeah, I mean, one of the races don't help me that much because I'm not a much of a pullback player, okay? But if you're a pullback player, the races can really be somewhat invaluable because again, the only way I'm going to see stocks from my alert windows is if they make a new high or a new low of the day. So of course I will miss a move like this on Opti, uh, that pulled back and then started to move because for me to see it, it would have to be hit 271. So down here at 250, I wouldn't see it until it hit 271 as an example. But the way the races are constructed, it just takes the top list and in this particular these are 4 minute races. So every 4 minutes, everything is sort of reset to zero. So a stock that might be at the bottom in the top list, but starting to run will look like a winner. So let's just, for argument's sake, let's take a look at CYRN. Well, that's a bad. I don't know why that one showed up, um, but let's pretend that all of a sudden CYRN was starting to move higher. I would never see that, of course, unless it hit up here. So I mean, there was a way to use the races. I'm not a big race user, but if you're more into pullbacks, certainly pullback plays are probably more easily identified from the racing setup. No, well, Bill, I can't. No, nobody can tell you. The question is hood a buy? I mean, first of all, right now it's extended. Okay, so if it bases here a bit and it pops, maybe, but nobody can tell you is hood a buy. I mean, if you look left, is it got room? Sure, 810, but I don't know if it's going to keep going. But you look at a 15-minute chart, it's pretty extended. Except, so if it based here for maybe another 15 minutes, base, in other words, didn't pop, there'd be an argument to be made then if it popped off that base of say 45 minutes, yeah, maybe a little bit of some buy action. But nobody can say yes, it's a buy or no, it's not. Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good, does it, Rish? I mean, it does not look good. I mean, that's a major pullback. Now, is it done for the day in terms of a bounce later on? I mean, it could bounce, but I'd be hard pressed to see it's going to take out the high now, 18. That's a $4 move. I mean, it's just, there's some pretty relentless selling right now. But, does that mean can it bounce at some point? Sure. I would have really liked to have seen it hold 16 and moved off 16, but it didn't happen. I mean, Dawn is still hanging around. It's been a bit of an irritating. Why do I keep typing DW? DAWN. It's been a bit of an irritating one to watch, but it's still hanging just above the VWAP. I mentioned ABVC. I mean, this one has a shot, I suppose. ABVC, it has a shot. If it can get over 110, I'm going to stick a price alert right around that 110 level. I mean, it had a big move, 148. It was pretty active in the pre-market. I think I'm going to see if it had any. Can't remember if it had any specific news, but I mean, if it can get over this 110 level, I mean, it has a shot to start to fill in this area. I'm not saying it's going to, of course, but if you're just looking for something, the volume 18 million, so it's a fairly low float. The high looking left on Friday was 192, so then the high today is 150. So I mean, obviously it's got some room to move. Just needs the volume, needs enthusiasm to come back. So this is one that is really an alpha stock. This, I've seen it over and over on the gap down in reverse, but look at this one, ARNC. Now it's coming right into the 200-day, 29.91. So it's about 40 cents away from the 200-day. The next high looking left is 29.58. This to me looks, relatively ripe for a potential short. You got that high, and then you've got the 200-day to contend with. But it certainly, just trying to see if there's any specific news. I mean, okay, on the 8th, June the 8th, this is when Goldman raised their target to 36. Of course, this is an aluminum play. This is a spinoff, I believe, from the old Alcoa. Now, here's an interesting one. This CISO. Look at the base on this one now. Now, this is shortable for me. So I'd be putting an alert, say 587 on the low side, and a price alert right around 628 on the high side, and see if it breaks out one way or the other, and just wait to see if it happens. And that is the CISO. And lots of high of the wow. I mean that's $1 away from the high today, and of course Thursday it was 877 is the high. So obviously this has got some room. Now which way it goes, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Just bracket the price alerts and see what happens. All right, I've been watching this HCP, but it looks like it actually wants to bounce. Oops, HCP. I was watching this HCP thinking that there was the all-time low down there. Market's drifting down, but it's actually trying to put in a bit of a bounce in for whatever reason. So orange, first of all, when I get a price alert, I'm always going to check the chart. Okay, always, 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 always. So it's not a matter of I get a price alert and I'm immediately going to take the trade. So I'm always going to check the chart to see what's happening. I don't get too hung up if I get an alert. Let's say for argument's sake, earlier on I got an alert for dawn at 1560, and I check it. And then by the time I figure I want to take the trade, it's at 1565. I'm not going to get hung up on missing a nickel. Okay. Now, sometimes some of these, especially earlier on in the day, some of these things, really move quickly. I just have to deal with that. So really, I don't get too hung up on, because I'm never, ever, ever going to take a trade just because I get a price alert. or an alert, either from the alert window or my price alerts. I'm always going to check it. So I don't know how to answer a question like that. How quickly can I do it? Well, I mean, I'm obviously with some experience, I'm able to size up what I like pretty quickly, and then I can make up my mind if I'm going to take the trade. I mean, nothing. I'm not trying to make a nickel, on a trade or a dime or do I end up maybe making a nickel or a dime? Sure. If I don't like the way it's trading, I get out. But I'm not going into a trade thinking, well, that's all that's what I'm trying to do. So consequently, if I get an alert and by the time I take the trade, it might be 5 or 6 cents away, it doesn't bother me at all. If it's got room, I mean, remember, I'm only taking the trade because I think it's got some room to move. All right, guys, HCP just came right back down. Interesting. Okay, so Harish, you mean you see a toolbar? That's all you see? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All you see is the toolbar that says File, New, Tools, etc. So like a blank screen, but just a toolbar? Is that what you've got? Okay, so you can do a bunch of things. If you click on New, okay, if you click on New from the toolbar as an example, and then click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all the theme-based channels that we have. Okay, and you can start clicking on them and seeing what they're all about. So for instance, if you click on the Explosive Winners channel, you should see something that looks like this. Okay, and if you saw a scan that you liked, and it all depends on your style of trading. If you saw a scan that you liked, then you would just, for instance, if you saw this one, the biggest gainers from the open, and you thought, that sounds interesting. So you would just right click, duplicate into a free floating window, because what you have to do, you have to get it out of this layout here. And then here it is, okay? And then you right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in the cloud, okay? And you go to different channels and you can start extracting scans that you might like. And save them, do the same thing, duplicate into a free floating window so it's free, it's floating, and then you can save it to the cloud. You can see what things are what the scan is looking for by any scan. You right click, configure summary. Okay, and it'll tell you what the scan is looking for. First thing I would do though, it sounds like you have not taken the 30-minute. You should really, really, really take the getting started, okay? You go to my homepage, I'll put my homepage link in. Spend the 30 minutes. A moment here. What you should do is click on my homepage link. When you do that, then you're going to see something called Let's Get Started. Now you've obviously already done the download and installation, and then you've probably done your first startup and login. Okay, but now, the toolbar and right click magic and, layout styles, things like that. Take the time creating a free flow, take the time. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go. Now you probably can bypass the first one because you've already done the download and install, but take the 30 minutes to get the basics down, okay? And then after that, then you can start to because that'll explain, how you could go to a channel bar and load your own layout or load a layout from the channel bar. how you could create your own layout. Okay. It's a software, and not just for you, Harish, but I mean, it's a software program. So there is a learning curve. And once you've done that, then you can go to the user guide. So again, this is on when you click on my homepage, sorry, I should have told you this too, sorry. When you click on my homepage link, no, you would have seen this, yes. So when you click on my homepage link, you do see that let's get started. After that, then you can take a look in the education section. Okay, and then you can take a look at the user guide. And you notice in the user guide, there's that getting started. Then you can take a look at the channel bar, alert windows and top list windows. Get this down first. Everything else you can, there's no mad rush, but you should understand what an alert window is, what the difference is between an alert window and a top list window, what their functions are. So, take the time. I would just concentrate on these first 4 sections in the user guide. The other thing, I don't know how new to trading you are, but I would really take advantage of our simulator to practice trading. Yeah, so Harish, I don't know, are you new to trading also? And again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, then the other thing, when you go to the education section, because trading is not easy. It's not easy. So there's that user guide, but if you keep scrolling down, it's a great little video series. Keep scrolling down, back to basics. Okay, so if you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it starts off with, I mean, as basic as you can get. What is a stock? Introduction to charts and candlesticks and all of that. So, it's 36 videos. They're not long, but, you really, really have to get the basics down. Trade Ideas is a scanning program, okay? It's not teaching you how to trade. The idea is that, the scans that I have, it's giving me ideas. And after that, when I click on the alert, then, based on my level of experience and the way I like to trade, I make up my mind if I want to take the trade. But that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. And then the other thing is invaluable, our simulator. And take advantage of the simulator. Because then you can practice trading before you actually start. I mean, if you were listening to Chris, I mean, he was pretty upfront about it. 2 years he lost money. I'm not. Everybody's learning curve is different, but no, Holly is not the simulator. The simulator is just taking I can click on any alert and it's going to load, and then I can choose and I can pick how I want to trade it. What price I want to get in at, how many shares I want to take. It's got nothing to do with the AI, with Holly. Nothing to do with it. It's literally practicing trading. The AI is something that, it gives you potential entry prices and a stop. How you trade them though will be up to you, but it's got nothing to do with the simulator. I mean, think of the simulator like this. Here's Don. Say, I wonder if I should take this trade now. Okay, well, let's just take some shares and see how it would work. Okay, as an example. So I could go, okay, there's Don. All right, let's take 200 shares. I'm going to buy it. The 4 cent spread, so I'm going to buy it at the market and I send it. So now I'm in the trade in the simulator. Let's see how it works. Now, there should be reasons why you take a trade, of course. It's not just, well, I think I'll take this trade just because. And now I can manage it. I can get out of the trade if I want by flattening it. I highlight it and I flatten, or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. And all this is part of our standard service. And it doesn't matter, it uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker because it's using our real-time service or our real-time data. All right, give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. A little delivery happening, so I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, here we have a gap down in reverse energy play. So maybe energy is starting to pick up. I don't know. Let's take a look at XLE. Let's take a look at XLE. We did see, yeah, energy had a little bounce and now pullback and now a little bit of a bounce. So energy is, yeah, there's VET as an example of something that was a gap down and then a reversal, VET. Still has room. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but try to take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher. And you look left and you'll see the next high. So that's 24. So in other words, you don't have to worry about that stopping it. 100 other things may stop it from keeping moving higher, but at least you don't have to worry about the next high looking left stopping it. Yeah, we are seeing some bounces now. Definitely see some bounces. Mentioned that ARNC earlier. So I mean, this is, well, that wasn't a, I wouldn't call that a bounce so much. This was moving higher since 1045. It was a gap down in reverse. I wouldn't call this is not a bounce. This is just on a mission. Yeah, you know what I mean? Everybody's learning curve is different. Depends how much time you want to put into it, how serious you are about it. But yeah, I mean, trading is difficult and it doesn't, even people who put a lot of time and effort, it's like golfing. So, you can put a lot of time in and still be a terrible golfer. You just don't have it. Hate to say it like that, but it can be the case. All right, guys, this AERC is looking a little bit bouncy now. You can kind of see if it takes out 1480 or so. See how it's been, these couple of bottom tails there on the 15-minute chart. Look at the 5-minute chart, kind of, just chopping around here. If it gets a bid in other words, get some volume coming in, maybe it takes this out and it could have another run. Oh, I'll always have time to answer a question. If I can, I'll answer the question, sure. Somebody from our YouTube room. That's why I'm here. If I can't answer it, then I'll direct you to somebody who can. Well, that's the other thing too, Yoda. I mean, Yoda's making a comment. I mean, most of you have never ever. Well, if you traded during the pandemic, but the pandemic, that was about a month and a half of a bear market, okay, and it was so specific to an event, of course. And then we had, you know, and we, in a trader's eye, that was over in a blip of an eye, really, because I mean, it didn't last that long. This has a different feel to it, more just more bad new financial news. Okay, this has just a different feel to it. So if a person has never traded in a market like this, yeah, I mean, very challenging. So many times you're just conditioned to buy the dip, it'll go up. Don't worry. All right. Well, yes, I would say yes. Life. Let me try to answer that question. So the question is from our YouTube room. I've noticed an anomaly in option charts. However, the option has to have high volume. If I were to use trade ideas, is it possible to have a scanner that shows momentum breakouts with option volume? Okay, so just give me a moment. Give me a moment. So I'm assuming you are not a trade idea subscriber. Okay, if you were to use it. So this is what we have for options. Okay, we don't scan for options, but I think this is what you're probably looking for. So I'm just going to type in options. I'm going to show you what we have. So we have some standard, put call ratio. Option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today makes sense. Put volume and call volume. This is the key one. Option volume today percent. Okay. So this is a filter that can show you option momentum. So for instance, if you use this filter, add the filter, and I put, say, 300 in here, which is 300%. What that would mean is if a stock over the last 10 days has traded an average of, say, 2,000 contracts, for me to see that stock today, it has to have traded 6,000, 300%, the ratio being, or three ratio, okay? So that can help, that'll definitely show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Now, whether they continue and do something for you regarding the option itself, obviously I can't know that, but certainly if you're looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity, yes, and that would be the filter to. So we do have a filter showing you stocks with abnormal option activity. Okay, does that answer your question? Well, guys, what can you say about AERC? Remember I mean, I don't know. There was the break. It said, put a price alert here around that 1470, 1480 mark. And here we go. I mean, it's awesome. I cannot tell you to take a trade. Just point out areas where I think are interesting. If you're hearing me, And I said before this happened, I said, put your price alert here. And if it makes sense to you, then, you can do it. If it doesn't make sense, don't do it. Prior to what though? You can put a minimum number of contracts, like prior to what? Well, again, I mean, that filter, the option volume percent filter, I mean, again, assuming you're just looking, as I explained, assuming you're just looking for stocks that are having an abnormal option trading day, certainly we can zero in. I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean by volume of options traded prior. I mean, you can, wow, I'm sorry, guys, wow. I mean, this has turned into, I mean, somebody asked me before, is AERC over? And I said, well, I'd be hard pressed to think it's going to take out the high of the day. I mean, who knows? But we could have a bounce sometime during the day. And did we ever? I mean, did we ever? Oof. I mean, it's the same thing with Dawn, guys. I mean, I've been sort of dumping on it a bit, but I mean, it's the same sort of thing. I mean, Dawn could, if it breaks out of here, I mean, it could do it too. I mean, it's got the news, and it has the news that in theory could sustain it. So if you're asking like to show like a change in momentum, like in other words, here's something that's been trading 2,000 contracts and now it's at 2,500, now it's at 3,000. There is a way, I guess, in using the races. I've never tried it, if that's what you mean. Well, you could, okay. I mean, sure. I mean, you can, again, I'm talking to somebody in a YouTube room. I mean, you can always, of course, have a minimum number of contracts today, option volume today, of course. So you're right. I mean, if something normally trades 5 contracts and now it's trading 15 contracts a day, yeah, it's a 300% increase, but who cares? So you could always have a minimum option volume. Always, yes. It has to be trading at least a minimum. So based on that minimum, and now if it's 2 or 3 or 400% of that, sure, if that's what you mean. Does that answer the question, Life? Aha, so I think this broke down on the low side. The CISO broke down on the low side. I'm too late. Might be too late. Let's see if it, Yeah, so you can do that. With those filters, you can definitely do something like that. If it helps you trade the options, yeah, I mean, you could only see stocks that are, have liquidity. So if it has to be a minimum. Oh yeah, no, well, yeah, no problem. I mean, again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, but I mean, obviously, all you have to do is just use the option volume today, add the filter, and put in whatever you think is a minimum that it has to be trading at least, and that's the number of contracts. So yes, so you won't see stocks with no liquidity. I'm assuming you can see my screen. Maybe you can't see my screen, but that would be simple, very simple. I mean, you just put the minimum number of contracts that you think would be liquid, and then go from there. Yeah. So for instance, I do have an option. I'm not using it too much right now, but so for instance, here's something. Okay, moving higher with unusually strong options. So here are my, okay, I've got a price range. Obviously, you pick the price range you want. Current volume means it's trading just volume wise, not option wise, contract wise, 3 times. I have a minimum volume of 500,000 shares. The minimum number of contracts today is 2,000, and then that has to be at least 300% of normal. Okay, in other words, 3 times normal. So you can play around with all this, though. And then my trigger is a new high for the day. But we have all sorts of different triggers. Now, these are real-time alerts. You could say for yourself, if you wanted, well, I don't want to wait for the new high. Maybe I want to wait for a new 5-minute high, as an example. And that gets me looking at it. I mean, that's up to you. I can't tell you exactly, but certainly you can zero in on stocks having abnormal option activity with a minimum number of contracts that you're comfortable with. Okay. Yeah. Well, understand that for me, AERC was something I was obviously watching all day. Okay. So I had it thumbnailed, but could you have put a new 5-minute high as an alert? Sure. You could just scan for something with a new 5-minute high, and you would have seen this AERC breaking out as a 5-minute high, as an example. Now, you could see other stocks doing the same, but would they necessarily have continued on? That we don't know. But the other thing that I do, life, and this is for others, we see like something like this AERC. I would not necessarily. I don't have a scan that's going to show me a 5-minute high, but I don't need that. I know that I want to be tracking AERC all day long because what it did at the beginning of the day, making new high after new high. And so when I see so I thumbnail it. I've got some thumbnail charts, okay, And, I'll glance over, and all I did for this one is say, you know what? I want to know about it as a price alert if it gets up to this 1470, 1480 mark. So what I did was I put very simple to put a price alert on our charts. So if I wanted to see if it broke above here, and I'll show you what I'm talking about with our price alerts. I'm going to get rid of all these. These are already triggered. Yeah, so this is our price alert chart, or a price alert window. If you've never used it before, please do. Click on new and then price alerts window. When you do that, this will be blank. But instead of having to, create a scan to see that break, knowing that I want to be following AERC, if I wanted to follow it, if it took out 16, so I just go to the chart, right click, there's a dotted line, create price alert, and I can make it 1602. Okay, so I'll just save it. I'll save it as 1602. There's a blue line that shows up on the chart, and you'll see it down here. It's right at the very bottom here. If it triggers, it'll pop right to the top. You'll hear it. One of the things I do is I minimize this window. So when I do get a price alert from the chart, this window will pop up on my screen, so I can't miss it. I'll see it at the top here because I sort on the last triggered time. I'll see it right at the top here. I can put a sound alert on here, so I really cannot miss it. So for me, it wasn't a matter of creating a scan with a new, say, 5-minute high, knowing about this. It was more creating a price alert based on an area. Then I just forget about it. I just sort of forget. I just forget about it, and that's it. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, well, I'm only following certain stocks, of course, life that I can do that with. Okay, obviously, setting a price alert that's on very specific stocks. But these are stocks that I probably want to follow all day long anyway. But yes, you could create an alert that just show me stocks making 5-minute highs. Sure. Yoda, have you gone to our user guide and gone to the docking section to get just the, okay. So were you able to create a docked window? I may be wrong, I mean, this may take out the height of the day, the way this is trading, the AERC. Yeah, that's all I did. I just took, a free floating chart. I gave this one dock chart layout. So if I clicked on new chart window, and if I said, okay, here's a chart, and if I said right click and duplicate into charts layout, dock chart layout, it would come in here. I just kept doing that for all these charts. Okay, guys, watching the AERC, how well it holds over 16. Can you drop that with the charts I like feature? You mean just click on a chart? No, that goes into a top list window, so it's not going to drop into, no. But I mean, obviously you could do this. Well, no, to answer your question, that's not a one-step process, like clicking on that and then it's going to go into something. No. Oh, Vicky, I didn't even see that you were in the room. And she just spits out whatever she was drinking. I'm kidding you, Vicky. Boy, keep an eye on the Dawn, guys. DAWN. I mean, it's been harassing us, but just hanging over 14, hanging over the VWAP. Yeah, briefly got over the 9 COGT. So if you're interested, Life, you can always try us out for a month. Okay, I'll give you my homepage link. You can go to all you need is our standard subscription. There's a 15% discount that you can apply. So if you clicked on it, on my link, you would not see that. Oh no, have I got out of it? Give me a moment. I think I accidentally booted myself from the room. Just give me a moment here. No. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. I don't know if you can hear me. Probably not. You guys can hear me on YouTube, I know. But I have to get back into the main room. Just give me a moment. You do hear me fine. Interesting. You couldn't see my screen though. I wouldn't have thought. And now I've got an echo. You know what? I have a feeling I've got two versions of this up and running. Okay, test. Okay, I guess I'm okay now, guys. I had two versions of the room, so I was getting an echo. No, we don't. You have to pay for the live data. Live data. We don't have demos anymore. Like delayed demos, we don't have that anymore. You'll have to take our standard. So this is what I was trying to do before I screwed up a little bit. So if you click on my homepage link, here we go. So if you click on my homepage link, here is the promo code you can use, okay, for 15% on. You click on Get Trade Ideas, and then click on the monthly. This is a toggle. Go to monthly, and so it will cost you 118 less the 15%. There is no there's no demo, no like delayed demo. If you don't like it, then that's it. There's no contract. All right, I hope I'm back to normal now. I just clicked on my mic and everything. I should be back to normal. Okay, thanks. And you should see my screen now. That's the problem, when you have when it's web-based, and all of a sudden I accidentally click on the tab. Well, I'm not in Dawn yet. I mean, I'm waiting. That's the whole thing. I'm waiting on Dawn to see if it takes us out. So I'm not in it. For me, it's gonna, well, I mean, just look at it here. I mean, I think I have an alert set for around 1414 or so. I think I've got a price alert around that level. I mean, it's still just, as Real pointed out a lot earlier, it's still just kind of hanging around that VWAP, 1393. There it is, and it's popped a couple of times into that level and has come right back down. So that is kind of what I'm looking at around that 1412, 1413, 1414 area. And on volume, of course. I mean, if it's just no volume, I'm not that interested. And again, the only reason I'm interested in the Dawn is because of the press release. And I think, it still is a very good looking press release. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe later on in the day, there'll be the enthusiasm that will come back. I mean, the volume is dried up. You can just look at the 15-minute chart, the 5-minute chart. The volume is dried up. And that's why it's not really moving. But all of a sudden, if they get the volume to come back in, I mean, it's traded 43 million, 300 times normal. Obviously, it doesn't trade that much, but today, 43 million, 21 million in the float. So it's basically traded the float double. Okay, guys, well, let's see. There's the dawn. That was the volume. Volume is not like stupendous. I mean, not bad on the 2 minute, but not earth shattering. Like to see a big volume burst. It's how you can get nailed, you know. You start taking these things when they look like they're breaking out, but it's really not on like huge volume. And I'm not talking about the actual number, 158,000, that's great. But it's in relation to the previous candles. Now that's getting bigger, no question. But look at this. I mean, this is wow, this is a awfully tough trader. And I held off because I just didn't wanted to see more like a volume like this. Okay, now let's take a look at COGT. Maybe that is a better looking setup. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is, looks a little more orderly if it takes out 9. And then you look left, and what has it got? The next high is way up here at 11. So certainly has room if it can take out. Man, just like that. You would think I was inducing it upwards. Even a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart. Man, these are whippy guys. You got to be quick. You got to be quick. You cannot expect things are just going to keep moving. Boy, you've got to be super quick. I mean, look what happened to COGT. Even though the volume was there, doesn't absolutely mean. Okay, AERC trying to make that comeback again. Can it take out 16 for the millionth time? Well, it's been a pretty fast day, 2:20. So as always, I'll keep the room open until 3:30 and probably go mute at around 3 o'clock, but always here. If I have to hop back on the mic, I will. Boy, you talk about a stock that's had a big trading range. And that is AERC. And quick. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I don't like this, Don. I just developing a distaste for it. I mean, at some point, I suppose you could just say it's kind of basing right around 14. I don't know what it's going to take to just get it moving, other than, obviously volume, but we had a little volume burst right there and it didn't move it higher. Okay, COGT. Just a minute, please. I'm having a little mouse issue. Just a minute, guys. Okay, most issues solved. I know I've been a broken record on this, but can anybody determine what the financing price was for COGT? I just have not been able to see it. I see how much they're raising, but I do not see an official financing price. They're raising 125 million, has begun a public offering of 125 million. I just don't see a price. Ooh, EREC looks like it wants to do it again over 16. I stick that alert here. Okay, guys, it's 2:28. So one last talk about my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage. Let me just see. Yes, talking in our trade ideas. Okay, so I'm going to go over this very quickly on my homepage. On my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Obviously, a way to take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off, first month only or the entire year. And we have, we have the 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, it's just a toggle, so you can see how much it is. The discount on the month is only good for the first month. If you do take out a subscription, do this first. Do the Let's Get Started, take you about 30 minutes. You can sign up for my stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. And all the education is here. So just click here on the education link and go to the user guide. All you should do at the beginning is just take a look at these first 4 sections, okay? Just get them nailed. After that, you can start looking at other sections. Price alerts, I would really look at the price alerts too. Daily support, so Chris will be in our YouTube room at 3:30, between 3:30 and 4:30 when I shut the main room down. Okay, guys, I have just, oh man, Okay. Oh. And then daily support, so daily webinars, you can sign up for them all. This week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, so you can sign up for them all right here. And again, if you're new to trading, this is a great little series, Back to Basics, Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put it together. It is free. Take advantage of it. Starts off with what is a stock? So take advantage of this. This is free. So I'm just so distracted right now. A couple of things I'm doing. Save my link. If you save my link, then of course you can take a look at the get started. You can take a look at all my scans. All the education is here. So if you save my link, then you can look at all this at your leisure. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes. So it's at the market. Yeah, that's I'd rather see them say we're doing it at this price. And that's it. Exactly. I mean that you see, I hate that. You get people shorting it to get it down to a certain price. I mean, if you guys remember in the what the heck were those used to be called? Somebody's going to know these financings that were done, and these guys could pick up shares lower. They would do is just short the heck out of the stock, pick up the shares lower. Commonly done with the OTCs. What's it called? It started with a D. Ah, the death spirals. The death spirals. If you guys remember that, death spiral financing, look that up. That's what they were. And that again was where they would just short the heck out of it, get everything at a lower price. Ah, man, it was real. I haven't heard that. I'm not saying this is what COGT is. I'm not saying that, but it just reminds me. All right, I like the $9 or 902 Omni. That might help. Well, I still do have my alert set for dawn just in case, just in case. I mean, the nice thing, I mean, that's a massive base. That is a really nice base right here. If it ever just really accelerated through, say, 1420 on some volume, I mean, it could get rolling. I mean, the high is way up here at 50, almost 16. So it would have room to run. Hey, Zach, are you still in RPTX? I got rid of it last week. It doesn't actually look too bad. You know, yeah, I mean, it doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's no, it's down for the day and all that, but yeah, maybe stick an alert up here. You're over 14. I was bound and determined to hold this till 82. Wow, look at COGT now, guys. Gap down and reverse. We didn't see too many that look like this today in that color. In the gap down and reverse scan. I'm in nothing right now, guys. I have just been trying to be as nimble as I can and doing other stuff. There's no way. I just don't have any trust in something like this. Well, the COGT continuing, it may, but and I may be completely wrong. There's the high right there, 1089. Hey, who knows? Maybe it does. Maybe it does take that out. Only has $1 to go. Yeah, and I saw somebody. I think it was Lyrink. I think it was Lyrink that put a $15 price target. Yeah, right here, raising it from 14 to 15. Well, I'm wrong. I am wrong, wrong, wrong. Look at this. Look at this thing go now. COGT. And don't be surprised if AERC takes out 17. Don't be surprised if it just has a run to the high of the day, which is 1815. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Well, you know what? I mean, this is certainly trading on its own now, the AERC. And when I say that, the AUVI is not following suit at all. Not at all. I mean, it may be worth looking at, if it takes out this 280 level, but it is not following suit. Same kind of sector, we'll call it the sector, the clean the air sector. GTX, I know Chris was talking about GTX and his, wow, look at this, Garrett Motion. GTX, he was talking about this one in YouTube when he was there between 12 and 1. All right, guys. As I'm getting set to take myself off the mic in about maybe 10 minutes or so, any other questions coming in? Fire now, fire away now, or if you have any questions. For me, it's been an exhausting day. I'm not used to jumping in and out of trades quite like today. But I'm definitely watching AERC if it takes out 17. Again, these big bottoming tails here. I mean, look at this, 1355. That's on a 60-minute chart, but wow. Meanwhile, blue is making another new low. This was my big miss this morning of a short. think I saw Agri in the pre-market. I don't think I mentioned it once, but I think yeah, I saw Agri in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean it's it's that's better than a grind from 180 to 250. That's I think I saw some news on it. Yeah, it was just a matter of presenting at an investment. I mean, this is on the third. I don't see, I don't know if I saw any other updated news on this one, but yeah. And it's a low float, 11.8 million out of my hometown, Vancouver. Oh, there it is, guys. Not in it, but there's your 10 for Cogent, at least briefly. I'm sticking a price alert at 1682 for the AERC. That's the high of the previous 15-minute candle. See if it takes it out. No, so it looks a lot different. Boy, you look at these higher time frames. Look at the 60-minute chart, 60-minute chart for COGT, and look at this. Just a little base there, and that's it. Not a base, but a pause there. Interesting, my 10-day daily breakdowns, you would have thought they'd be incredible today, and not really. You had an alert for Riven. I'm just going to show you what I'm talking about. So we had, right off the bat, an alert for Riven, RIVN, at 9:30, 2675. I mean, it's below, but it had a big pop first. HST, 1750. No, hasn't done anything. This one surprised the heck out of me. I thought, man, this was going to be the one for the day. I thought this might have been an all-day short for LFST. Was an all-time low at the time of the alert. Look at this jump. I don't know what ZI did, 33.35. Yeah, I guess that one was pretty good. Obviously, 33.35, 31 now. What did IVZ do? 16.13, nothing. NRZ, I know it moved down. Yeah, I guess NRZ was pretty good. Yeah, from 10 down to 9.35. RC was good, 13.10 down to 12.44. And then this PVL, 434. No. So, I mean, a bit of a mixed bag, but you would have thought, with the market being down so much, that a lot of these would have worked. Well, not necessarily every single one. Guys, keep an eye on Dawn. I hate to say it, but keep an eye on Dawn. Say it. It may be breaking. Dawn may be breaking on the way up. All right, what I'm going to do is I will put myself on mute right now. I'm here, so if I need to, I will hop on the mic if somebody asks a question. But I'll just put myself on mute. And the room will be open until 3:30. All right, guys, I'm going to hop on right now. EKSO, definitely. And the only one I'm really interested in is this AERC. I think the COGT and the Dawn are sort of toasted right now. The AERC still has that look that if it can take out 17 and run into the close, you never know. But the COGT looks broken now, and the Dawn is just, I didn't even want to look at it anymore. Oh, here's the ABVC. I was thinking the ABVC a long time ago might do some, or if it did something like this, maybe it's going to have a bit of a move. I see, but it's a little late. But look at the AERC, guys. I mean, if I'm not telling anybody to do it, but I mean, if it takes out 17, this could still have that late day run. It hit 18 in the pre-market. Sorry, it hit 18. Yeah, well, what about it? I mean, yeah, EKSO is surging right now. A couple of nice 15-minute candles after really resting for most of the day. It had some news, but to me, it's coming into a lot of resistance around that 3 level anyway. But I'm more interested in the AERC. COGT is really bitting it now. Big bottoming tail also for the AERC. All right, guys, so I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. Should be any time now. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the YouTube link in here into the main room. I'm going to head over there. He'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. And I'll get my script together. I mean, yeah, look out, AERC, look out. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut it down now. So again, Chris will be there anytime now. So I just put the YouTube link in. You can click on that and he'll be there in about two minutes or so. All right, guys, thanks for all the help. What a day. Who knows what tomorrow's going to bring. Interesting. See, we get 4 down days in a row, big down days. Okay, so have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 in the morning, Eastern time. Bye-bye. Yeah, so Marissa, all I'm trying to say is that it just uh, hey Marissa, yeah, so all I'm trying to say is I'm looking at my commissions. Almost talking about YouTube, but the commissions, not technically promo list was this new click method that, and all I'm saying is that I'm on a path to get about half of what I got last month. I heard you.
Greetings and salutations.
I heard you.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Can you hear
okay.
me?
Yes. I wasn't sure for 1 second. I just never know. I'm swapping back and forth between all these things and 2 different microphones and everything else. So I never know who can hear me. I made this great video about the races a little bit ago. My mic is on and everything's enabled, and no sound on it. So I was like, all right, well, that was
and it was a great video.
It was fantastic. It was gonna get us 1,000 subscriptions. I guarantee it.
So Orange Blossom, just to, I hope he's still here. He said he wanted to know about your filter minimum maximum for 1 minute volume percent in that
Yeah.
Bollinger Band scan. So I told him you'd be here in about 15 minutes, and here you are.
And here I am. So yeah, we can do a crash course on that real quick again. So all right, Barry. Okay. I don't know if you have a nice day over on that side of the world, but we have a nice one over here. So I hope you can get out there and enjoy.
I will. Thank you. I will. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Chris.
I'll talk to you later, my friend.
Okay,
take care.
Bye-bye.
So I'm back, everybody. Let's see. A lot's happened since then. I traded AERC, but I blew it. I blew it on COGT here. Great move off of that. 2 o'clock hour, made a great move, and I didn't participate in it at all. However, I did catch a nice little move in AREC again, so I guess I can't complain about that. And that thing's off and running still. So, teasing on what Michael had started with this morning when I was mentioning that, and Redbox said that, the degenerates got to have somewhere to gamble, and well, I'm one of those degenerates looking to gamble, I guess. So, really, it's just a tease, just teasing, But that's that. So. All right, I'm gonna hit this EKSO, and then I'm gonna Orange Blossom. Are you here? Whoa, that's some serious action right there coming in. Medical and dental. Maybe they solved the world's rotting teeth problem. I don't know. You can see I definitely traded this way back when, probably somewhere way before 2020. I would bet, because this thing I think has made some big moves and also had several reverse splits. Yeah. Lifetime high of 863. Definitely at least one, if not 2 reverse splits. So, anywho, get rid of those drawings on there. No, that's not necessary. As I always say, if you're interested in it, have that plan, right? Be ready, have that plan, see what it's going to do from here. But again, Orange Blossom, if you're here, I'm going to hold off on doing the, going through this until I know you're here. Gee whiz, computer. Don't worry, computer. We're almost done, you and me. All right, so other than that, fire away some questions for me here, folks. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm going to get this to stop dying on me. All right, there we go. Got it back again. CPU going haywires here on me. So, all right. Oh, and if you're just looking for the actual value, I just put a 25 in here for this race. So if that's what you were looking for, and not how to put a 1 minute volume in. If you're not looking how to put the custom in, if you have the custom 1 minute in already, just a 25. I just want to make sure the whole point behind it is making sure the stock is actually alive right now. That's the whole purpose behind it. I don't want to, sometimes you get these stocks that, they made one big trade and then they moved up 3% in that one shot, and they haven't traded hardly anything on the day. And then they're hitting that scan. And I don't want to see nonsense like that. I want to see stuff that is active. I know some things are going to be more active than others. Wow. SPY is giving it up. There we go. Look at these compare count windows. Look at the spike on new lows and look at the new highs. Nowhere to be found on the new highs. There's going to be something here. But buy the dip is dead. Dead. I mean, and look at that SPY chart. My goodness. I would suspect somewhere coming this way we'll have to get a relief bounce, but dead cat bounce, dead cat bounce, dead cat bounce, dead cat bounce. At some point, the bounces will become less. Is that a month from now? Is it a year from now? Is it 6 years from now? No idea. Not a clue. This GTX even, giving it up hard here, and it had a nice look, had a nice bottoming tail on it here. And I just don't think there's going to be much that's safe in this market. AGTI. Look at you. Holding up, actually. It's holding up kind of nice. And a flag pattern happening here. Flag pattern and a flag pattern. Interesting look. That's getting a little extended to be. Yeah, that's getting a little extended to be a flag there. I was working with someone a moment ago in our chat, and so I was trying to show some stuff about how topless work and sorting, but we didn't get into alert windows. They were looking at, trying to scan on some options volume. So give me 1 second. Let's mess around with an alert window and do some option stuff real quick here. Just give me 1 moment. All right. So now with the alert windows, what's always important to note is the fact that these are a combination of filters and alerts, right? And the alert is an event essentially. It's a time-stamped event. The stock did this, a new high, a new 5-minute high, standard deviation break, check mark up. We do have a few different opening range breaks, so on and so forth. So the gentleman that I was chatting with and working with before, they were looking for stocks that had maybe been basing a bit and then making a move up and have some options volume involved in them. And so just let's take a look here. Let's start in basic filters that I usually start with. Let's give it a price range. We'll go, let's go to $250. Oops, not $2,500, $250. And let's say at this point in the day, let's say they've traded 250,000 shares. All right. and throw a 1 in for the relative volume. Well, yeah, sideways actions, breakout, minimum option value is what he's saying. So, I'm not going to give it a relative volume filter in this version here. I just want to see, and then we can always come back and add it later. And so now we got to find kind of that breakout moment, right? So let's see. Let's go with change. So the trick is consolidation and breakout, But let's see something in the last 5 minutes. Let's add that filter, go with the percent on 5 minutes. Let's see something let's start with 1.5 as a value. We can always work our way up or down. All right. We need an alert. We need an event. And I'm trying to think. I kind of thinking this crossed above resistance alert here. And so for anybody that's not familiar, let's take a look. We're going to right click and go help. All right. I want to bring up the help page just to show that off here. And that brings me to the definition of this alert. And so these alerts appear whenever stock crosses support and resistance. These are similar to their volume confirmed counterparts. Both sets use alerts use the same definition of support and resistance and the exact same lines. The volume confirmation versions, alert requires more proof that it's crossing that support and resistance line. These alerts require less. So like I said, we have confirmed versions of this and this version that's non-confirmed. And, we're sensitive to noise and all that. But essentially what this is doing is it's looking back in time, this alert, and deciding where's price gathered in the past that we would consider it support or resistance. All right. And so it's the algorithm does that for us. And when it makes the cross on support for this here, cross above resistance, or crosses below support here, so we can see the confirmed, non-confirmed. And I go with the non-confirmed because I want to see more alerts, on this for me personally. But, this will always be a personal choice when someone's building a scan. And so when it makes that cross on it, it determines that that's when we'll get the time-stamped alert, plus our filters having to be met. However, if we notice there's an hour of trading here, all right, that's an alert filter actually. And so what does that mean? We come down. So right now we're in the definition of the alert. We also have a section down here that's for the alert filters themselves. So we're going to scroll and get it right now. Oops, there we go. So alert specific filters. And if we look down here on what that filters, we want to make sure we match up the icon. And so here is, where is that icon? Here's that icon right here. See, it matches this icon with matching this icon right here. All right. Whoops. Brought me back up there. We now get the definition if we wanted to add something into that for a value. And so it goes on to talk about how the length of a trading day is 6.5 hours. But, we also have to include pre and post market and how this is looking back with 15-minute candles. All right. And so that's kind of how this goes out. Now, personally, me, I always leave this blank. I say, you know what, algorithm? I want you to look back on your own. I don't want you to influence. I don't want to influence you in any way. Maybe the support and resistance that I'm looking at for this kind of consolidation break is really recent. Maybe I got to go back half a day for it, So I'm going to let you do the work. So I'm going to leave this alert in here. We can add a second alert. Each alert will work independent of each other, but they will work codependent with the filters. And so when you're first building out a scan, it's okay to throw a few alerts in there and maybe see which one is working the best and then eliminate the ones that don't work great. And, when you're doing something like this, you want to consider that some alerts may line up and work well together where others won't work well together, in the sense that obviously I don't want to look at something that is making a new high and a new low at the same time. If it's a momentum scan, then maybe yes, you want to try to do that because you don't care if it's momentum to the upside or downside. But, depending on the other co-filters that are involved in here, a downside alert may not make sense for some of those filters. There's no point in putting a downside alert into it. But for this, I think let's try a 5-minute high as well. I think it's a good alert, and it's a good base alert to see how certain things are working at. And so I click, I've highlighted it here. I click add alert, and then I put a check mark in the box. And by clicking add alert, it brought me right to the selected alerts. And you can see here how this has the box here, but this doesn't. All right. There's other stuff too. Someone might want to be that opening 5-minute range break. There's a lot of stuff in here. I've never used every one of these alerts personally. I don't know anybody that's thoroughly used every one of these alerts in building a scan. Perhaps someone has, but large spread. If you wanted a large spread alert, right? You wanted some kind of cross the market up or down. All right. Large bid ask. All right. So these are in here, some different items. If you want, a consolidation alert by itself. All right. And you can put the quality in here. And again, a right click will bring you to the web page. And again, that gives you the definition here of the actual alert. And then coming back down to that filter, the alert filter. And then that's not to be confused with the Windows filters. All right. So Windows specific filters. All right. So some different terminologies in there. All right. But I wanted to highlight that there are all these alerts for the new and the young users here of, get out there and experiment a little bit, especially if, you're running into down days and you're like, I'm not going to trade today because the market's gapping down. It's just not working with my strategy. Build some stuff, mess around, this is an adult video game to me. Yeah. So we can add that one. I'll add that right in here with it. So 5-minute. So a 5-minute opening range break. We'll add that alert. And so we've got those three. And now, so we've got a good set of alerts to work with. We've got this basic here on the filters. I'm just going to run it just like this for the moment, just to see what it's given us on the day. So we'll press OK. And now we can name the alert window. Oh, wait, we forgot the options component. That is, an important part. OPTIONS. Now, as an options novice, let's see, options volume and contracts today. Make sure I'm doing the right filter here. Options volume based on the number of contracts traded on an average day. So I want this one here. All right. I don't want it based on average. I just want it on straight out contracts I want to go with. And so let's add that filter. And I don't know, let's throw in 100 for a number here, just see what that gives us. And we can up or down that. All right. So now if we come back and we press OK, now we've got the summary. So these are the 3 alerts, and each of these alerts is independent, but they'll each co-work with all those filters together. And so stocks between $4 and $250. The actual volume of shares traded has got to be 250,000. The actual volume of contracts traded got to be 100 contracts, and it's moved up in price at least 1.5% in the last 5 minutes. We'll press OK. All right. And so this was the last. Let me close this out, move some stuff around. And this is the last thing that came through here today. All right. We can take a look at that. Let me see what that looks like. So just kind of flopping around here. But I wonder, did it come through back here? And we don't have to wonder. Just want to see when they're coming in live. So maybe this is, made a move down, trying to move back up on the close. Say if it got above there, might have a room to the top of that candle. 1560. All right. But with that said, let's run the history on it today now. All right. Now with history, it's only going to load a maximum of 1,000 things at once, but we can always click the more button afterwards. So if we see more up here when it's done loading, I'm going to show how that function works. All right. If it's asking for more. So it looks like it got everything in here today. All right. Yeah, it looks like everything. If it said more here, I could right click, come to history, and where it says more here, it wouldn't be grayed out. I could click that, and then it would start where it left off. So for example, if it had left off, at 10:18, and there was a whole bunch of alerts under the time of 10:18, then when I clicked more, it would start at 10:18 instead of starting at now like it did, and then show the alerts moving back from there. So, all right, let's scroll down and we can see, these alerts that came through right on the day, and we can see what the alert type was here. So it's a 5-minute high. This was a breaking resistance. This was an opening range break. So let's move up to, we got a few trading minutes under our belt. Can you go back in settings? Go back to settings? Yeah. Configure. What do you want me to look at in settings? Only show 20. Not sure what you mean by only show 20. 20 contracts? Is that what you meant? I think that's what you meant, but I'll wait for a confirmation there. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is what I got here. So again, price is between 4 and 250. Volume today, I put 250,000. The change, I put 5-minute percent, not 5-minute dollar, just in case, not to confuse those two. 1.5. And the options volume itself, I put 100 contracts. And like I said, I just kind of arbitrarily threw those numbers. And I can share this outright with you. So like right now, I can right click this and go save or share to cloud. And I'll click save and share. And I'm going to copy this link, paste it right here. And now you can take that and you can copy that link. So that link that's there, to show an example here, highlight, copy that link, right? And come to, on the menu bar, go new and go to, on the menu bar, go to file, load from cloud, and it should automatically load here. If it doesn't, just paste it in there, really easy. Paste, press load, and boom, you'll have exactly what I just shared with you. And that's how we can share things back and forth. And as I mentioned to you in the chat, you can ping us on our email and say, hey, I'm looking for a little help with this. If you can help me with the template, scan XYZ, trying to do ABC, whatever it is. And, we can build something out and send you a cloud link. And then, from there, you can do some refining on your own, of course, after that. And so let's see, we got hood rat alerting on a 5-minute high and a 5-minute range break. So we got that alert here, came down, continued to base and moved up. So wonder, did we see hood later in the day? Did we see hood after the 11 o'clock hour? Let's scroll up and just find out. Maybe we didn't. Odd that we didn't see hood again. I wonder why. I find it hard to believe I wouldn't see hood a second time here. What would prevent hood from coming in later in the day? Sorry, I don't mean to make a mystery. Yeah, we can do this. Here, we can make this even easier, though. Watch this. Right-click, configure. Actually, hold on. Duplicate first. Right-click, duplicate, just a regular duplicate. Now right-click and come to configure and press flip. And now cross below support, 5-minute low, 5-minute opening range break. And then, this price stays here. That stays the same. I think this might have flipped those filter. Nope, that stayed here, but we flipped the 5-minute. This flipped the 5-minute change filter. And so it's essentially the same scan, but flipped based on, instead of being bullish, bearish, because these aren't bullish or bearish numbers. And that's not necessarily bullish or bearish numbers. They're just numbers. So yeah, right click, configure, and here's the configure window. And in the bottom right corner is flip. And so not everything is flippable, but some things like that are flippable. These alerts are flippable. A change in a period of time is flippable. And I'm sorry, I'm really trying. I'm baffled, beyond baffled. Yeah, look, I think it is personally. Trade Ideas is you know, I can't. Here's the thing. I've never used TC or TrendSpider or Optima or any of these other softwares that scan. So I don't have anything to compare it to. I just know that I got right into it. It worked well for me from the beginning. Plus, the community that's built around it is really solid. You know, between Barry and the other folks that are, you know, helping him in the trading room, you know, sharing ideas. You know, me doing this at 3:30 daily. I do this at noon on Mondays as well. You have a different trader the rest of the week at noon on the rest of the week. The user's guide, you know, as you get more acclimated to the software, the user's guide becomes a great support system for you. Tons of video stuff. So, and again, I don't know, maybe these other companies have the same level of support. I don't know, but you know, I think what we do here is pretty special personally. So I'm still miffed, absolutely miffed why I don't see Hood a second time in here. And it's kind of bothering me. It's bothering me so much, in fact. I just have the scan only looking at Hood, and it only comes in one time. How does it not make a 5-minute high? What filter is keeping it out? It can't be the options contract, right? You can't take back the shares it traded. It doesn't drop below $4. You're going to tell me it never makes a 1.5% move again? That's why, right there, that big topping tail. So it never makes another 1.5% move again, I bet. Let me see if I put that at 1. You know what? Let me get rid of that completely. Yep, there. That's why. That's what it did. So here, and this is a good way to troubleshoot a scan. So watch this. In configure, I'm going to come to columns and I'm going to add that change 5 minutes. And now I'm only displaying the data. And so now if I go back in history, only looking at Hood today, I can see what the change was over 5 minutes. And look, the only time it made that big change was right here and here, basically at the same exact time on these two alerts. Not even basically, it was the same timestamp, 5-minute high, 5-minute opening range breakout at 9:38 and 41 seconds. And then we never did 1.5% change again. So we can see how this works and how I was easily able to troubleshoot what happened here by pointing the scan directly at Hood. And that's why I didn't get Hood Rat at that time. So that's how that goes. And I can bring up, you know, look, we can display all this stuff. So watch contracts, come to the columns. Because I'm using it, I can display that as a data here too. I can see how many contracts it's traded on the day, you know, and I can change these things around, you know, and I didn't put relative volume in the scan, but I'm displaying its data. And so, you know, at 3:52 p.m. today, it had traded 80,000 contracts. So interesting stuff. I want to go back. Because you wanted to see stuff that was moving up. So maybe let's try a different approach on this. Let's get rid of the 5-minute. And let's see what happens if we go with a 15-minute instead. Because I don't think you're looking for stuff spiking necessarily. Let's add that. Oops, nope, I did not add that properly. Add that filter. Let's throw a 1 in here. Because that was a nice move in Robinhood. You know, you want to be able to catch stuff I want to be able to catch stuff like that. So let's see what happens now. So yeah, we get Hood later in the day. All right, let's take a look at the history again. And there's every scan, you know, that's great. It's going to miss some stuff. It's going to capture some stuff. You know, there's no perfect scan. But, you know, this got this at 11:20. All right. That was a nice move through there. All right. And, you know, got it a few times through here. So now let's go back let's open this whole scan up again. Symbols list. Let's go look at the whole market. All right. Now let's take a look. Let's go back in history today. And this becomes kind of some of that trial and error stuff to say, wow, well, this caught these 4 good moves, but it missed these 7 good moves. How could I have caught 3 more of the good moves? So that's the kind of troubleshooting I do whenever I'm messing around with scan building. So now we see that more available here. And if I scroll down, we're only making it to 1:46 p.m. now. So if I right click and I come to history again and I click more, now we're going to start at 1:46. See, now we start at 1:46 and coming back. And I'll bet it'll say more available again. And so now we know that we've got a very loose scan, and we can tighten things up as we go along. I can share the scan. I can share my layout. In fact, the only issue you're going to run into is because you were on version 5.5.69, you're going to need to update to be able to use these races. And this race has a custom filter in it. It's not a custom in the sense I wrote a code for it. It just references a short code that doesn't exist for top list, but exists for alert windows already. So this one Bollinger Band scan won't work for you. You'll have to swap one thing out, but I could walk you through swapping that one thing out and it'll work fine. So let me do this. Let me move things around so I can give you this if you want. And I'll give you both of these windows here with this here, and then you'll have these charts. I have them set up. Oh, you just want the scan? Yeah, I can share that scan easily. Let me put it back on real time real quick. Right click. Let me give it a name. Configure. TION options with 3 alerts. So I put options with 3 alerts as the name. And you could always change this, but just because it has these 3 different alerts inside of it. And let's right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. And then my big ask always is this. Make sure you save it now to the cloud, because I go through and delete anything I don't use after a few days. So for you, once you've loaded it, all you got to do to save it is right click, save or share to cloud, and click save. And then it'll be forever and ever up in your cloud. And you could always load it, file, load from cloud, and it'll be right up here. And so one of the things to note is this 5-minute alert can go off a lot. I mean, you can see how many things are coming through it right now into the after hours even. But right click, history. Let's go back and take a look at, I'm going to do it as a time frame now. So let's see, most recent. Let's go with, see what happens if I put 12 in here. And let's go with 9:40 a.m. All right, so trying to look at 9:40 to 12 and see if that gets us what we want. Yeah, still more available. Oh, wow. So many alerts coming through like that. So look, just by changing that filter, going with a up in 15 minutes versus the up in 5, gave us that much more, that many more alerts. All right, now we got some stuff to work with here. Scanner link isn't correct, it says. Let me try again. Share. Copy. Paste. Try that. See if that works. And you should be able to just copy that and load it right, go to file, load from cloud. So let's see, COGT. And we're getting an early alert from here. Then the second part of this is we might get an alert early in the day, but it's not quite where we want it to be. You could set a price alert on a chart. Price alerts, this green line that's right here, if I reset it, it'll go to blue. And when the price alert goes off, it'll go green. And a price alert window that looks like this will come flashing saying, hey, that stock that you asked a price alert for just triggered pay attention to what you were looking for. So it's like setting up a secondary watch list essentially for the alerts coming through. So Stitch, makes that big move down, comes back up again. I wonder if some of these are coming through later. Everybody needs an ally. This just gave it up all day. eBay, have to imagine they didn't fare very well today. And it's also a day where we're not going to find a whole lot moving up. All right, sorry, just had a message coming in. Yeah, but a lot going down today, yes. So, on the flip side, you mentioned that you could fly to the long side or the short side. Huh. Oh no. Hold on. I want you to try something for me. You might have to do a reinstall. Hold on. Did the first one that I shared with you load? I want you to see if this will load. Oof. All right, the first one loaded, but this one isn't loading. That's strange. Let me try this again. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. Because once in a while, we run into an individual user that for some reason cannot load alert windows. And it's a file that does not download on their machine for some reason correctly in the installation process. And then it becomes a big, it becomes a big to-do, and out of my jurisdiction, I have to send you to the not send you to, but I have to get the dev team involved. But I'm hoping that's not the case here. Bed Bath & Beyond. Mac. Here we go. This makes a nice, but Pro Short. That's cheesy. This is an inverse fund too now. Series Trust. Interesting. We were looking at this earlier. I set that price alert here and it never went off from the noon session today. Got it. It's working. All right, perfect. GameStop coming through. Redbox coming through. A lot of sideways action on some of these. So perhaps we might have to adjust those filters. But, you got a beast to work with in a direction to head as far as these go. And like I said, mess around with the change from filters. You got 5, 10, and 15 minutes there. Heck, you even got 1 and 2 minutes in the alert windows. So, or you can, you want to go in more time all the way up to 120 minutes. Yeah, that 5-minute high, that's why that's going to send a lot of stuff through, because the rest of the filters aren't very tight, actually. Only 250,000 shares traded on the day with 100 options contracts. I'm guessing that's not a lot of contracts as someone who's more of an options novice. And something that's up 1% in 15 minutes. So those aren't overly tight filters. VTNR, what's my opinion of that? Let me take a look here. Note had been mostly strong chart, and I think it had a big pullback last week. VTNR, I'm trying to see if my memory serves me. Yeah, so it had a big pullback going into last week. I would say you want to look at below here. It's, good night, Sally. So, and with the way the whole market is, I wouldn't go running into anything. That's for sure. You want to keep in mind there's a lot of people betting on the stock price to fall with that short float. However, also keep in mind that it's not far off its lifetime high that happened back here as well. So this is kind of the range right now, I would say. And below here, obviously, adios. If it would hold this, you might, and you get energy working again, you might see it go that way. This is going to be more tied to refineries and I think USO more than it's going to be for XOP. Because XOP is going to be more exploration. Although it does look more similar to an XOP chart right now, to be honest. But I think that's going to be the big takeaway for that is, are they coming for everything this week on the selling? Or is energy going to continue to outperform? So here's, the XLE. So it even looks similar to the XLE. So, that was on par for what the whole sector did. And I don't think you're going to find a sector that was up today anyways. Sector analysis. All right, technically USO was up. Oil was up. Natty gas gave it up. Nat gas, gapped up and then moved down. Yeah, and you also might want to look at the 15-minute high instead. 15-minute high will probably give you less than the 5-minute high. And so that just so you have a clarity on how that works too. The 5-minute high works that when the current candle takes out the high of the previous candle for 5 minutes, that's when the alert is satisfied. And then of course, and then don't be shy to mess with the filters. And whenever you're messing with the scan too, and this goes for anybody, if you've got something and you think the base is okay, but you want to tweak, right click, duplicate it, and then tweak the duplication and leave the base in case you ever want to go back and work from the base again. And then you can right click the base and duplicate again, just like that. And this way you've always got a starting point that you're working from with the tweaks. And then you might say, all right, I made 2 duplications and I want this duplication to run like this. I want this duplication to run like that. And I want to compare them to the baseline that I started with. And then you can start to work that way as well. Bid ask configure. So you have bid ask size and bid ask ratio for alert windows. So you can do either one of those. So you can put, bid ask size, add filter, and you can say, I want a maximum of 5 cents, for example. So show me stocks where the number of shares on the bid is no more than 5. You could also You can also put a spread in there too if you want a spread. For the alert window. So you could add that and, you know, show me stocks where the spread is, you know. Um, Not directly. I'm trying to think there's a workaround for it. I think I know what you're getting at. Go ahead and rephrase it just in case, but I think. Yeah, so you just want the spread itself, this here, but not on the option itself. Just on the underlying equity is all you can show the spread on here. You won't be able to show the spread on the option. I don't know if that will translate the spread on the equity itself, but this spread here in pennies. So, you know, this is 5 pennies, not, you know, so it's working in pennies as the unit. That you'll have to test. Like I said, I don't look at options ever, to be honest, other than I have a scan that sorts on options volume. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm racking my brain, but I don't think there is. You know, put call usually runs in parity. And like I said, on the options volume or on the options itself, that's the 6 that we have to work with on options data. I'm just wondering if something was really at a ratio for put calls, if that would mean a larger spread on those. But I just don't, like I said, my knowledge of options lacks in that sense. Yeah, well, the regular bid ask, you should be able to. Bid size you can get, and you can do the bid ask ratio as a displayed column. You know, you can have that as one of these columns here. And I would suspect that somehow. No, okay. I thought maybe they might have some sort of relation if you found a big spread between the bid and the ask of the equity, and if that might roll over to the options chains. Yeah, that's what I got. Sorry. I was trying to think of anything else. So tighter spread, less slippage, better risk management when trading these range breakouts. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I just had a message coming in that I wanted to respond to really quick there. No, just based on all chains. Yeah, it's looking at all change. Just a simple level one data. No, it's not that I don't care about that, Peter. Yeah, I think I thought we entered a bear market a couple of months ago. I was probably one of the last holdouts. Realistically, of all the people that I work with and interact with for traders, I was probably one of the last people to say we're in a bear market. To be honest, I wanted to hold out hope. I mean, bull markets are more fun. I mean, for me, anyways. Like, I'm sure other people will disagree with me, and that's fine. Orange Blossom 25 I use on that. So yeah, definitely like I just don't pay. Yep, for the minimum exactly. You know what it is, Peter? I just try not to pay too much attention to the news in general because I don't want it to influence what I'm doing when I'm looking at charts. But I mean, there's most certainly validity there because the news does report. Look, we're technical traders for the most part, anyways. We're technical traders that live in a fundamental world, and so the news is definitely going to have a lot of that fundamental stuff for the people that are longer term positioning and playing that way. And it most certainly has some validity to it. It's just when they start to get into these big ultimatums of things, them stating it's a bear market. I mean, they're going to look more on the technical terms of being a bear market, and so the S&P had popped into a bear market for a moment. It recovered out of it pretty well for a moment, and now it's official bear market territory again by percent. 20% off the highs essentially. Uh, yeah, you can zoom in. No, don't apologize. So if you're over, where's my mouse wheel? If you're over a chart, hold control and then scroll your mouse wheel up and down, and that'll zoom in and out. Oops, gotta close that. And that'll zoom in and out by holding control and scrolling the mouse wheel. And if you let go of control and scroll, it'll move backwards in time. HEBS. HEBS hubs. got it. All right, so let's see. 5-minute range breakout, not 15. So let me see. I'm going to take this, I'm going to configure it and symbols list it. And let's look at HUBS. Why is that not coming through? Maybe it came through this one. I don't fluctuate on that value, no back test or anything like that. I just want to stick a little something in there to make sure the stocks that I'm watching are active. Net. Oh, hold on. I know what happened. 11:20 breakdown. So right here, we get sideways, and then we get a little release. Get sideways, and we get a big release. Ah, 220. So right here, coming through here, big breakdown. Let's see something. Configure, flip. Curious if this came through. History. So we got this alert here. We would have got that alert here. That was it. And I wonder why. Options contracts were good. I'm guessing it's got to be that filter. And there it is. It never made a big enough change during that time. Now, if we put 0.5 in, thanks, Peter. Michael's actually done a bunch of help for me, answering some questions. A lot of it's just learning curve of a Mac. That's all there is to it. I think the AWS part will be easy. Just I want to make sure, I get the mic, gets permission, and all those little things like that. StreamYard, which I use for the streaming service. Some little things like that. So I think you're going to want to use a lower value on these alerts here, on the change filters. Yeah. History today. So holy cow, it's late. I didn't realize how late it was. My goodness. The saying goes, I'm late. Very, very late. I'm not really late, no. I just need to log out of some stuff. Stick around for an extra minute here. Thanks, Will. I appreciate hearing that. I do appreciate that. It's nice when some people are getting some stuff out of this, and I know I'm not talking into the void. So, with that adjustment here, so I think you want to consider for this scan here, for those that are following along and trying to find either breaks like this or breaks this way. And obviously in this market, we're not going to see much like that. It isn't a big spike that he was looking for in this. He's looking for that kind of, we're moving kind of sideways and then it gave it up, or we were moving kind of sideways and it came into it. I'll see what I can do. I mean, we're pretty well staffed here for the things we're trying to do in support right now. I do wish that I had a little more time to do some more one-on-ones for people. Because I don't want anybody to ever struggle, especially at the beginning when they first sign up. I know there's a learning curve to it, and other people have longer and shorter learning curves than each other. But unfortunately, one-on-ones are never. It's always just one quick question on the few times I've gotten tricked into a can you answer a question with a phone call, and next thing I know, 45 minutes later, I'm stuck. I never want to be rude and like, listen, I can't help you anymore. Go to the live stream. I don't like doing that to people, but it's hard when 30 people would call in a 20-minute span of time, unfortunately. Sorry. One of my final thoughts I was having here with this is maybe starting with some of these lesser values on this, or even starting out at a bigger time frame on the change. And maybe a change over 30 minutes, see how these work, see how they work for you. Maybe all of a sudden a 1% over 30 minute is going to give you more formations or more breaks in a direction that look right to you versus that shorter time period. And let's see, just curious, do you ever add custom filters like would pay for them? No, it's because it's not so much as just it's not about money necessarily. Each filter that gets added creates billions of data points. And so it's not just sticking it in. It's not just server space. It's backing up all the math behind it is where the issue comes in for us. We add filters occasionally. We probably haven't added one in about, I'm going to guess it's probably been 8 months when we added the float rotation filter. We're making some big moves on server tech right now that we hope will be done sometime It was supposed to be done by the end of 2022. Optimistically, it looks like we might be done closer to sometime in September of 2022 instead of the end of 2022. And that will let us add a few more filters that are widely requested. So unfortunately on that bid ask option one, I don't know, that's a widely requested one, but you can always, you know, what I tell people is the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Not all squeaky wheels will get the grease, but always request at trade-ideas.com. So that email address, support@trade-ideas.com. That's for anybody at any time. You have a question, something doesn't look right, you don't understand something, you want help with building a template of a scan, or you want to request anything. We catalog everything. Some stuff will get more attention than others. But, you know, for me, who does a lot of the cataloging, I catalog it all and pass it over to the people that, you know, pay the bills here essentially and keep the hamster wheels running. And so, you know, once in a while, maybe just throw out a, hey, just checking on this again if it might happen. And every time you do it, we'll put it as a filter request. So, for example, when we finally make this big server move, one of the filters that I'm going to push hardest for is for pre-market volume only, because we don't have a way to separate pre-market volume from the whole market right now. We do have a post-market one. So, but that has to be one of the most requested things that we have. And so when we're able to start putting in some filters again, because we're going to have more server space, that's going to be one of the ones I make a big campaign for, just because of how many requests I see come in a month. Yeah, fire it away. So look at Oracle, ORCL. Let's see, did that ever come through this bad boy here? Symbols list. Oops, hold on, there we go. History on the day today. So that came through this modified version I just did here quite a few times. And you got this one here right before it makes that release. And you get it again here at 1. And that's as it's getting ready to release. But you can see how many times it came through on this 5-minute. So as it breaks out of 5 candles or X candles, let's see. What do we have for that? So you can find these consolidation breakouts that are similar to this one here, broke support and resistance. You can find these on a few different time frames. And then we have consolidation as in days and consolidation as a filter. And we have an actual consolidation alert. So not going to be on the candles exactly, but those are the ways that I point you at that. The other thing that I could point you at is the range again, that range filter, and maybe open it up to a good range. these ones here, you have these wide bar ranges, but I don't think you're going to want that, or these narrow bar ranges. But you could do these ranges over a period of time and then set it up with that new high or new low. And so you could do something like perhaps, a 30-minute range, and it's within 1% of a 30-minute range. So this way, let's just say, for example, if this was 1% over this range here, and then it got to the bottom of that 1% range and made a new 5-minute low, you'd get the alert there to signal it. And that's what I'd point you towards. And of course, like I said, a little, going back and forth, a little troubleshooting or a little guess and check work of putting in filter numbers and then trying to see if you can get it to find the stock you want specifically. Here's the other thing. Here's the last piece that I'm going to leave everybody with, that just in case anybody forgot this, or for those that are new here, of course, come to our homepage. All right. So go to trade-ideas.com. All right. And then, we've got features, pricing, media, education, trading room, about, FAQ, support. Come to support. Come down to traders area and go to stocks like this. And now you can enter, for example, ORCL for today. Now remember, the data is delayed 15 minutes in here, so you have to be at least 15 minutes back. All right. And let's just say for fun, you were looking at, let's say we were looking at the 2 o'clock hour here, right? So we can put 2 o'clock for me, which is 1, 12, 10 for you, I guess. And it's going to give us a 5-minute snapshot of every alert and filter value, and that was met during this period of time. All right. So real clear snapshot of what's going on here. And so we can see every alert that was met during that time period. All right. On that 5 minutes. And then we can also see what those filter values were. So for example, we could come to these range filters and see what the range was during that time. We can come to even contracts if you wanted to on these items here. We could come to the change over 2 minutes or the change over 5 minutes, so on and so forth. We could come to, position, these different position and range filters, position 15-minute range, so on and so forth. A lot of stuff like that. And the duration right now is set for a 5-minute snapshot. We could go all the way up to a 60-minute snapshot of what the range of those filters would have been. So, we could put it at, I could put it at let's say 1:45 my time, and give it a 30-minute snapshot, just like that. And bang, now it's updated to that. And you've got every alert that would have been hit during that time period and how many times it was hit too. So on the side here, we can see, this was hit twice, this was hit twice, this was hit twice, this was hit once. This was hit 16 times, 26 times, 5 times, 3 times, 3 times, 2 times, So all these alerts, there's your count on the alerts. And then here's your range on those filters. And so that's our stocks like this page. And you could technically build a scan out that does the same thing, but just don't give it filters or don't give it values on the filters. So you could take a scan, right? And you can come into configure and you can just start adding columns. So you can say, come to the filters. And you can say, add this column, show that column, and then come back and you can come back and say, show this column. And you can come back and say, show this column, whatever columns you want, and then come into the window specific filter. Don't give it any filters. You know what I mean? Put no filters in here. And then, you can start to also throw a bunch of alerts if you want it in here, selected alert search, and you can come to, just alerts, and you can throw out, the 5, 6, 7, 8 alerts that you're interested in. Add that alert, put a check mark in, 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 a bunch of alerts. And then you could say pointed at this symbol, and then we can press OK, right? And now if I run the history for this today, I did a stocks like this, but I can dictate the data that I want to see, and I can get time-stamped moments of saying, all right, at this exact time, it made a 5-minute low, and here was its price, and here was the change from close, and here was the volume and relative volume, and the change from open, and the options contracts, and whatever columns that I want to put in here. And so I can back build a scan, and then I can say, well, I don't want exact numbers like that. Well, it met it at this, but what if I loosen up those values? Because I want to see other stocks that'll meet it as well. And, your limitation is your screen, essentially. You throw as many columns as you want in here. And like I said, you don't have to give it any value in the columns. You just want to see the value. You're not giving it a value to look at. All these, I left those in there by accident, but, all these are now columns, and I can go through in any one of those, and I can add any alerts that I want. And I'm going to see the alert type. And just in case, always come to columns and make sure that type is over here, right? Time is over here. If you wanted to see the exchange, you could put the exchange. If you wanted to see the description, you could put that, so here, description, okay? And to give you an idea, description kind of shows what the filter of it is. So here's the description, new 5-minute high, right? But let's take a look at some of these other ones that might have some stuff. And Oracle, did Oracle report earnings or something? It looks like it's going crazy in the after hours. Am I nuts? No, all right. No real volume in that, I don't think. All right. Just probably an outside tick is all. All right, but now look, so for example, on this alert here, what's this alert type? New low ask filtered, all right? And we can see new low ask filter was at these levels, all right? Or for example, this cross below support at this price, and the time it was looking back was 22 minutes and 11 seconds was the look back time, all right? And there was the volume. So all this data that we can get, some people want all this data. Some people want none of it. Some people aren't sure if they want it. So here's a way to look at it and just simply make a quote unquote stocks like this scan and get time-stamped alerts saying, boom, this stock did all these things at this time. And I didn't need to put any filters in. I just selected a bunch of alerts and took filters and put them as columns. So, there's a lot of rabbit holes with this software. And, this is all done with just the standard version of it. There's no back testing going on or anything like that. You don't need a back tester or any of these things like that. You can simply just say, hey, this pattern that this stock was doing is something I want to find. How can I find stocks that are like that? And then you could either do it through that web page I showed you or do it through this and then start back building. Now all of a sudden you can come in and duplicate a scan and you've got, all your values that are here. And then you can start plugging values into the actual filters that you want to see here. And you can start eliminating columns and things like that and seeing how it shapes that scan and the items that are going to come through it, are stocks, not necessarily items, but I think you know what I mean. So, all right, that's going to wrap it up for me here today, folks. Gotta hit the road on some other things. As always, appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate the comments. When we've got people in here driving stuff like this, people might have questions that they never even knew they had that are getting answered right now, or, turns a light bulb on some way. And I was, trying to figure out how to scan a certain way and bang, now I got it. So now my pleasure to do this. I do enjoy doing this very much. It's a pay it forward for me, for all the people that taught me over the years, that I get to pay it back on the other side of it. So All right, everybody. As always, the things I want to end with here is not a race. You know, anybody especially new, this is going to be one of the toughest markets you'll see probably over the next couple of years. You know, barring other crazy events happening. You know, if we get a super volcano that explodes and levels half the planet, well, you know, we're probably going to see some tough markets for a very long time. But those are things we can't count on any of that stuff. We count on cyclical things. We count on things that we see. History doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. We look like we're coming into a traditional bull market. You know, yes, inflation is at, you know, highs of 40 years, but also consider what caused a lot of this inflation with the pandemic and all these things like that. So my point being is don't get too high. Don't get too low. Find that middle ground somewhere in the middle. Turn out the noise. Turn off the news as much as possible. You know, and then the other important stuff for us mentally is get outside, walk, run, jog, crawl, roll, do something away from a screen for a little bit, journal, audio journal, handwritten journal, type it out, you know, later in the day, you know, unplug a little bit, take some mental time, give yourself a break. And remember, everybody's got an agenda. The person that's on the news channel got an agenda. The person that's tweeting has an agenda. I have an agenda. My agenda is to get every one of you people and your cousins and your uncles and your sisters and your brothers and your dogs and your ferrets and your turtles. I want all of you to be Trade Ideas subscribers. But it only works if you're getting something out of this program. That's the only way it works. You folks subscribe, you have a hard time with it, you don't get anything out of it, not going to be here for very long. And doesn't help anybody's cause. It doesn't help my cause. It doesn't help my agenda. Like I said, I never hide the fact that I have that agenda. So thank you again. Thank you again, everybody. Wrapping up now. And I will catch, hopefully, all of you and more back here at 3:30 tomorrow. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.